Watch the views amount. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. In the fast-paced stream, we're your trusted team. Facts we can't ignore, bringing you much more. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Breaking news right now, turn the volume loud. Headlines top the charts, we inform your hearts. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Truth to light, every story counts. Watch the views amount. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. In the fast-paced stream, we're your trusted team. Facts we can't ignore, bringing you much more. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Breaking news right now, turn the volume loud. Headlines top the charts, we inform your hearts. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Truth to light, every story counts. Watch the views amount. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. In the fast-paced stream, we're your trusted team. Facts we can't ignore, bringing you much more. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. We inform your hearts. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Stories fresh and bright, bringing truth to light. Every story counts, watch the views amount. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. In the fast-paced stream, we're your trusted team. Facts we can't ignore, bringing you much more. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Breaking news right now, turn the volume loud. Headlines top the charts, we inform your hearts. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Stories fresh and bright, bringing truth to light. Every story counts, watch the views amount. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. In the fast-paced stream, we're your trusted team. Facts we can't ignore, bringing you much more. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Breaking news right now, turn the volume loud. Headlines top the charts, we inform your hearts. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Stories We're your trusted team. Facts we can't ignore, bringing you much more. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Breaking news right now, turn the volume loud. Headlines top the charts, we inform your hearts. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Every story counts, watch the views amount. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. In the fast-paced stream, we're your trusted team. Facts we can't ignore, bringing you much more. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Breaking news right now, turn the volume loud. Headlines top the charts, we inform your hearts. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Every story counts, watch the views amount. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. In the fast-paced stream, we're your trusted team. Facts we can't ignore, bringing you much more. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share, news beyond compare. Turn the volume loud. Headlines top the charts. We inform your hearts. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share. News beyond compare. Watch the views amount. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share. News beyond compare. In the fast-paced stream, we're your trusted team. Facts we can't ignore, bringing you much more. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share. News beyond compare. Breaking news right now. Turn the volume loud. Headlines top the charts. We inform your hearts. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share. News beyond compare. Every story counts. Watch the views amount. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share. News beyond compare. In the fast-paced stream, we're your trusted team. Facts we can't ignore, bringing you much more. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share. News beyond compare. Breaking news right now. Turn the volume loud. Headlines top the charts. We inform your hearts. Breaking news, HQ, always here for you. Trust the word we share. News beyond compare. Watch the views amount. your trusted team. Facts we can't ignore, bringing you much more.
Okay. Let us know if there's still issues hearing us. When we turn the room over, we always have to bring something back into it, so it either turns the sound off or it starts playing a different window. But right now, we're just waiting to hear more calls come in. We'll be checking the flight radar. If we get an address, we'll pull it up on the map. But you know, I really hope it's not a crazy night again. So now they have a call that just came out for a hit and run. Yeah, we're still the biggest thing last night was trying to figure out the mystery of that mailbox. Why that's bothering me, I don't know, but I mean, I guess because that old man was so concerned about it to call it 2:45 in the morning, and I must have been very attached to that mailbox. Alright, let me, while that scanner keeps going on and off, let's see if I can pull up this flight radar and check it out.
03315671. What's your name? That should be Joseph Ennis.
So they've got somebody, they're running his ID now. It's Joseph S. When I tell you my heart stopped for a minute, I thought we found our Joey C, but no. Joey S.
Correction. 280. That should be Randy Lester.
Before we came on, though, we were just looking through my scanner to see what's going on in other cities.
It's on a David Ronald Smith out of Corbin.
That's a call out of Corbin, but
Prior DUI first.
yeah, they're just running over that person's prior record. It was for a DUI call. But there was a lot going off. There was an active police chase in Cincinnati, and then an active shooting in, I want to say, Cleveland. I'd have to go back and look at them on my scanner, but you know, last night Indianapolis was popping off too, and so I don't know if this is just, it's a scary time and there's a lot happening everywhere, but I know if I lived in Indiana or Ohio, that's close to Kentucky, and with 75 right there, I mean, you can get, like we discussed last night, from Michigan down to Florida within 15, 16 hours. So it's pretty scary. I mean, no matter any of those states, it could be concerning. And we do know that this Joseph Couch does have family up in Indiana. I think it might just be his father. And I'm sure law enforcement officials are on it. So that's a flight going to Savannah. That's nothing. That's going to Louisville. Okay. That's weird. A Philadelphia Air Medical chopper is leaving Lexington. I don't know why they're going all the way there. But yeah, there's really nothing up in the sky right now. Besides, you know, regular airline flights. And this medical one looks like it left from somewhere and came down to Lexington. So I don't know where that's going. We'll keep an eye on that. But it's nowhere near London right now. It's all pretty quiet.
We have a source in the area around London that they were telling us that there's bunches of rumors going around in Kentucky, especially I guess in the Laurel County area, where they were saying they were trying to ping his phone today, and they were saying that they had him blocked in, and you know they had him trapped. But apparently none of that's true. So it's there's apparently rumors are running crazy and in the London area. I think that's one of the reasons why everybody's so scared, is just there's rumors everywhere around town of all the stuff that's going on, that most of it sounds like it's not true, but you know, people talk, and it's I'm guessing it's kind of a small town, so people tend to talk about stuff, and so that's making it even worse for the people that live there, and making fear run crazy.
And you know, there was the question about another highway shooter in Kentucky. So the Joseph Couch we know was Saturday, and that was, you know, late afternoon, early evening, and they had to shut down I-75 for a couple hours, and I believe it was Monday evening. It was either Sunday or Monday. I think it was Monday evening. We had, that's how long this thing has been going on, that the days start to kind of blend together. But it was Monday evening. There was, and I could be wrong. I apologize. It could be Sunday. I know it wasn't the same day as the debate, but I think it was Sunday or Monday night. There was a shooting about 2 hours north of London. So real close to like the top of Kentucky. Let me see if I can remember the name. I mean, I should be able to just pick it up. Definitely was above Lexington too, I think. Maybe it was Hardin County is where it was. So it was, and it was right off of an interstate. It was right off of a highway. Maybe it wasn't an interstate. It might have been like a Highway 57 or something like that. Some smaller highway. But it was a stretch of highway, and they started shooting. And I believe one person is deceased from that. But they did get the guy. They did apprehend him while we were listening to the scanner. So that was good. And then, of course, last night and the previous night, again, just tons of calls coming on the scanner about different shootings and, you know, suspicious people. I think those are even scarier, just the suspicious people walking around. There was a guy last night, we never heard anything more. I know they had to go try and find him, but it was just a suspicious looking male. Did not look like the person that they're looking for, Joseph Couch, but just a younger male just walking around carrying a backpack and had a rifle. We've not heard anything since then. We kept the scanners going up until about 4 o'clock in the morning, 3:45, 4 o'clock in the morning, and we never heard a follow-up on that. So very strange. Very, very strange. And I think my heart stopped for a second. I think I had to remind myself to breathe earlier when they were saying they had somebody, Joseph. And it turned out not to be our Joey C. But we'll see. So I'll take this moment while the scanner is quiet, and I'll go back through on my scanner and see what was popping off around the rest of the country, make sure everything's all right. The scanner in Kentucky can still play if I'm looking around. If I ever switch to another scanner, I'll let you guys know, and we'll try to pull it up. I think a lot of this Kentucky thing, what's really going to be interesting is whenever there's a big development, whether he's caught or, you know, like apprehended, or whether they find remains and can positively identify him, whoever's online and streaming that news when it breaks that's when it's going to be really exciting. And just based on the fact that during the day there is activity up in the air, but the calls really pop off at night. That's just been so inconsistent and so strange. So I hope things are quiet in Kentucky tonight. I really do. But the past 2 nights, that's why we came on and started the stream last night, because we just needed somebody reporting on this. And there's others that have been, but, you know, at a certain point they'll get done because there's nothing to really cover, nothing's happening, and they want to be around during the day. And that's, you know, we try to cover the bits and pieces since we're up all night anyways. Might as well be on here and giving you guys information as we get it. But the whole thing, just very strange. Very strange. I have another call come in. We'll wait for a little more call to come in. I want some more verification before I report on that. It can be very hard for me to understand them. Even with my background as a first responder, as a firefighter, I'm pretty good at trying to figure out the radio. But when you don't live in that area and you can't recognize street names or things that sound familiar, and then with the thick accent and the heavy drawl, it can be kind of difficult. There's sometimes I just look at my husband. Y'all have heard him with his southern accent. I kind of look at him like, can you translate? But wait, if I hear something, it sounded like it was another, like, hostile male. Didn't sound like our guy, that's for sure. And if you were around before, and if you weren't here, you'll hear a lot of calls come through the scanner. If I could get you guys to hear it any better than I do, even though I'm playing it on my phone and you guys can hear it over the microphone, that doesn't change how good it sounds. Believe me, it can be just as difficult with me holding my phone. It's just not perfect. But at least with the version I have, where I have to log in using my badge number, they can't go private on the scanner. They can completely take it offline, but then whoever is tuning into that scanner that works in that area wouldn't have access. They have not done that. They've done it on the free websites like Broadcastify. People have been going to press play, and then they hit play, and then it says stopped right away. It doesn't ever load in. I have not had that issue. Knock on wood. They're just sending officers out to that scene. So let me look here. So yeah, it says there's an active event in Cincinnati, Hamilton County, Ohio, and that's a police chase. There was a police chase earlier around 8 o'clock in Indianapolis, Indiana. There was a shooting in Cleveland, Ohio. It doesn't sound like they're searching for anyone, so they must have them. If they were still searching, if this was like an active alert where they're still trying to handle the situation, it will tell me that in the scanner. And then we've got, some wildfires that we're looking at, but mostly it seems to be under control. Just kind of scrolling through here. We'll check in on California a little bit later, but it doesn't look like there's anything. I haven't seen anything about positively identifying tornadoes that have touched down as a result of the hurricane. There were tornado watches last night. So that seems to be all right. So yeah, really nothing besides just Laurel County still.
There is a flood warning in effect for.
Oh yeah, that's maybe we'll in a little bit pull up a weather map or something, but there is a flood watch.
Right.
In effect for Laurel County. So that's a little bit interesting because if Joseph Couch is hiding out, I think that's mostly water and rain from the hurricane, but there is a flood watch in Laurel County, Kentucky. Let me see what this call is. They're just running a background check. And when I have the scanner up, there's always static because it's always streaming it. It does not stop. The only time the static stops is when a call comes through. So there is static, and earlier when I listened to bits and pieces of different streams we did from last night into today, I could hear it pretty well always in the background, and I think it might be having my phone so close to the mic for you guys to hear it better, but I'm gonna try to keep it a little bit farther back from the mic so you guys don't have to hear the constant annoying static, and then I can always relay the calls, because when a call comes in, unless it's super clear, I relay it anyways. See, like that, I have no idea what that man said.
I'm from the South, and I didn't even understand what he said.
Yeah, so, with surveillance, I don't know if they're hoping that the water might, if there's flooding, it might push him out to try to get to high ground or safety. I don't know, depending on if he were in a cave, water might not really get down in there.
No, usually caves are wet because caves, especially in Kentucky, caves are formed by something called karst topography, where water dissolves the limestone and forms caves. So it's actually usually caves do have some form of water in them. Now, how much standing water there is, who knows? But water should most likely be able to get into the cave.
And another thing we kind of looked at this morning, and we'll have to kind of keep up on it as the days go on, is when we were okay, so they're running a background check. So dispatch is just reading off an arrest record of somebody. So I do want to talk about this for a minute, is surveillance and equipment that they're using right now. Obviously, at nighttime and things like that, using thermal imaging and infrared is going to be super helpful. But with all that dense tree cover, it is going to be a little bit more difficult. Now, what was interesting is when we were covering this hurricane, I saw an article that was released by NOAA and NOAA, and they said that because of these thermal flares, these geothermal flares that are going to be happening, I'll bring my partner over here in a minute to see if he can explain it better, because like I said, I'm not the science person here, but with these sun flares and these geothermal flares, it can not only disrupt like internet and different power grids, but it can really mess with equipment. So that'll be interesting to see how that can affect things. Do you want to explain the thermal flares a little bit more?
So everyone probably may know what solar flares are, but they're basically, the sun has flares that unfortunately have to use the same term, that it's this heat and actual flames, solar flames coming off of the sun that shoot out of the sun. And the solar flares, some of them, it happens every day, but sometimes they, for whatever reason, I have a video I'm going to play later that describes it a little bit more, but they shoot off the sun. Sometimes they make it to the earth, sometimes they don't, and it's based on the conditions that causes it to happen. When they do get to earth, they cause electromagnetic disturbance. It's almost like an electromagnetic pulse happening. And when that happens, it can mess up communications, it can mess up power plants, it can do all kinds of stuff. So that's why those solar flares, it sometimes can be a very significant event, because they can affect your power to your house, your internet connectivity, your cell phone connectivity. So it's almost like you may hear people talk about that the next big bomb's not going to be a nuclear bomb, it's going to be an electromagnetic pulse weapon. This is a bomb that goes, that when they deploy it over a place, it goes off and it does an electromagnetic pulse and sends out those waves, and it shuts down everything electronic essentially. So that's a very similar situation with these solar flares, but a much smaller effect because it's not directed over an area, it's over the entire globe. But that's some of what we'll see with the solar flare storms coming up this week. And like I said, I'm gonna play a video in a little bit that'll tell you a little more information about that.
And see, that's exactly why I don't explain the science portion to y'all. Yeah, that's an interesting point you make, is it's so strange how... Oh, here's another call. 1 second, let's see.
Located a felony charge, but it says no disposition. We can't advise if he is in off. You are referring to Beckett's residence on that, right? Yes, simple.
So the calls that are coming through right now, they're looking for this gentleman that called and was sorry, acting a fool, and they said that he's got a past record but no current felony and no prior felony, so they would have to get a search warrant to go after him, and they're kind of just searching the property right now. Kind of strange, because some of this stuff I don't think it's necessary to really need a warrant for. I mean, if you're gonna be searching his home or his vehicle, maybe, but I mean, if he's wanted in connection with something, that would be, I would assume, okay to just ask him some questions. I don't think you need a search warrant to ask questions, but you know, it's different in every state and county and city, so but very, you know, and it's starting to kind of pick up a little earlier tonight too, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with the weather tonight. I would hope that if it's rainy and kind of crappy out and they have some flooding going on, that there'd hopefully be less calls, but we will see. I'm thinking that they're hoping that this weather kind of just brings them on out. That's all they've really said, is that they're hoping, they still think he's within a mile of that exit where the shooting was, and they, you know, it was kind of funny, people are kind of upset that, you know, law enforcement is supposed to still treat people with some level of decency and care. And that State Trooper Scotty Pennington said, "Oh, I hope he's got no food and water." I mean, yeah, the guy did something bad, but that was a little, I've never heard them just come out and say, "Oh, I hope they starve." All right, another call coming in. Okay, so this call, they're gonna have officers go out there now. I don't know why it didn't come as a huge alert. Maybe because the woman knows who the male is, but there's a 35-year-old male tried breaking into this woman's house. He's got a weapon on him, and he's trying to give all of his stuff away. I mean, we've heard there, I think there's a lot of people just having a lot of mental breakdowns in that area because they're scared. That's what some of these calls were last night. Someone just acting strange, acting suspicious. I think people are just, this is what happens. The paranoia, the fear it incites.
It's like a chain reaction.
Yeah, a chain reaction for sure.
One crazy sets off all the rest of the crazy.
But yeah, I mean, I don't expect. Okay, so this is a lead. Whoever this crazy male is a person of interest. I feel like we would know a little bit more. We would hear more going on if it was suspected to be Mr. Couch. Sounds like they know who he is, but they're gonna go out there. I mean, the age, though, fits.
Yeah. I mean, that's, now that they're going to suspect everybody that has that age.
Yeah.
It's just, now they can't afford not to go.
Right. And I don't expect, you know, with the Kentucky State Trooper Scotty Pennington, I didn't expect him to come out with, like, what evidence they have or what the families told them specifically. And I don't expect him to say, you know, we hope this guy is okay and safe. I mean, I don't expect them to be easy on him, but I think it is a little bit weird. They're supposed to still not take sides, and I think it is a little bit weird to say, well, what we're hoping on, what we're doing right now is sitting here hoping that he has no food, he has no water, and that he's just gonna walk out of the woods to us. Kind of odd. I don't think you ever, especially as a law enforcement official, should say that you hope somebody is without food or water or sick or hurt or anything like that, but I don't think sitting and waiting for him to come out, I mean, he hasn't yet. I don't think he's just, it doesn't sound like this is something he was ready to just say, well, that was exciting, but I think I'll go home now. I mean, this isn't a Forrest Gump moment. He's not just going to stop and like, I think I'll go. That'd be great, but with where we're at, we have to look at the past, and we have to see where we became successful and what changes we can make to keep improving. And it feels like, for the most part, we've done that, with school just starting up and more school shootings and school violence happening. We're seeing a lot more counties and states really talk about trying to get, metal detectors in there. So we are, I think, learning from our mistakes and seeing how we can improve and do better. We should also be looking, though, at the Cavalcante case from Pennsylvania, and even the Brian Landry case down in Florida. Because that was a manhunt that went for quite a while. And comparing this to people in the past we haven't found, like D.B. Cooper, the Unabomber, I mean, we have a lot more available to us than we did before. And it's, at the same time, also harder to hide and go off the grid when it's so easy to find people and trace them with whatever, social media they have or anything like that, any cell phones. And I almost wonder if these supposed text messages he sent about how he was gonna hurt a lot of people, maybe kill a lot of people, then take his own life, if that's what it were, I think he would not care ultimately where his remains are found. He's gone. So unless you're just trying to make it super hard and incite a bunch of paranoia, then I don't really see what hiding just to take your own life would do. To me, I have the gut feeling he got out. It was all timed up. Now, one thing I have on my list that I am going to try my darndest to get for y'all is there are train tracks that run through the London, Kentucky area. So I would like to try and see, are those like just transportation trains that are transporting like cars or, transporting things other than people? Or are there also trains that are like Amtrak's going from city to city? I mean, I'd like to know, because, and is there a schedule for these trains that leave? Because if he was near train tracks, which are not far, like within a mile, he could have gotten a train and he's gone. He also could have had somebody helping him and they got in a car and they're gone.
Well, there's also that river right there. He could have
right.
a kayak or boats.
Or if he had an ATV and got on a trail. I mean, it's so tough to say. But they are still, from what we can tell, the last time they spoke, they said they're focusing in on that 1 mile area right off that exit where the shooting occurred. There's got to be something that has them still looking in this area. Now, as each day goes on, and this goes on longer and longer, if you're thinking that he's within a mile of that exit, it shouldn't take more than a couple days to really search every inch of that 1 mile direction from the exit. Whether you're looking for him alive or deceased, I think that there would be I think it'd be easier deceased, because you'd see signs, like bugs flying around or birds or something. I mean, just weird.
I mean, if you're gonna kill yourself, do you really care where you do it at? I mean,
right. I mean, it's strange, and that could have been a tactic to get the scent or the trail off of him, the attention off him, to throw them off even. So yeah, it would be... Things just aren't adding up. I think with the Brian Landry case, the Cavalcante one really confused me. But with the Brian Landry, I definitely felt like the parents knew what was going on or helped aid in that. And the fact that as soon as the water went down, the water level from the flooding that happened in that swamp area, they walked the law enforcement right to where his body was at. So strange and sad. And then like Cavalcante, they, you know, they only got him out by having his mother take a megaphone, and they had recordings of her and they were playing it. I don't know. This from what we've heard, this guy Joseph Couch didn't have the greatest relationship with his mother. That's all speculation, of course, but
and we'll play a video here in a little bit of his cousin.
yeah, we did get a little video that we found on a media source where they interviewed Joseph Couch's cousin, this female. So we'll play that here in a little bit. I'm just waiting for it to really slow down on the scanner. I'm waiting to hear what happens with this call of that crazy guy. But, I mean, trains, it would be harder to get like on an Amtrak, especially when all this happened. I'm sure they would put something out, but would they really? We didn't know, except for, I mean, there was nothing on like the, you know, big news stations. Maybe there was out of Kentucky, but we're not in Kentucky, and it was kind of one of those things. I just saw it on my scanner, and I wasn't even looking for anything. I was going to check on what was going on in my city like I normally do, and I saw this, and it was kind of weird. So, you know, I don't know. How fast did they really get the word out there? I mean, a lot of people have gotten their information on YouTube and from doing their own research, or from watching streamers that are trying to cover it and investigate this case. So very strange. I think that's the biggest way to word it. And I hope is that this is strange. And I hope that the good that comes out of this is that this community now knows what to do in case something happens again. I hope it doesn't. But whether, you know, it's like a plane crash or mass shooting or rioting, I would hope that they can at least come up with some new plans in action. But maybe tomorrow we'll kind of do a timeline of events, because tomorrow is day 7 of this. So tonight is night number 6. So I would like to do a timeline and go through Saturday up until, you know, whatever goes on tonight, and highlight key pieces, like the press conferences. Let me see what this call is. So this call that just came in was for another suspicious male. Had a bunch of bags and was just...
And they may be getting exactly what they want with all that rain that you see on that radar coming in and the flooding and stuff. It may be flushing people out from where they're at.
So yeah, I would like to do something for tomorrow where we can do like a timeline of events. Talking about what day, at which presser, law enforcement said this. I'll talk about, it'll be, the first thing will be, the first person we heard from was the mayor of London. And that was Saturday night, and he told everybody they know about the area he's in. They have it contained to like a 1 mile radius. But everyone is safe. Just stay inside while they wrap up what they're doing. And I think that I'll be the first to say that was a mistake. To tell people they're safe and they know he's within that 1 mile area. People will usually believe what they hear. So if they hear it's safe, oh, well, I'm going to run to the store. No problem. I'm not going near I-75. I'll be fine. And then they go off. Or, it's just, and then you had hunting season that started on Sunday. So I'm sure those people thought, yeah, I'm not going to go and hunt right there. I'll be, a mile past that. I'll be fine. So I just think it was weird to tell people the area that they think he's in, and then to continue and say everyone's safe.
Well, as well as I do from working with emergency response stuff, the last thing you want to do is give people false hope, because that brings them out and it puts them in more danger than just being truthful and just saying, we don't know where he's at, we're working on it, everybody stay safe. So,
right.
I think that was a big mistake by that mayor.
Absolutely. And I don't think that that's a bad thing to say. It doesn't mean that the man, needs to. Doesn't mean the mayor needs to lose his job and, never be in a position of power again. But that's not the case. I mean, just because we're talking about what we feel he may have done wrong, it just means this is how they can improve in the future. I think if this were a major city, like Chicago, LA, Detroit, New York, there'd be a lot more scrutiny, because places like that, they're not supposed to be without an emergency manager. And that's why I really want to do the timeline, is because very recently, before all of this happened, before the shooting happened, just a female calling. Before all this happened, just days before, they fired or let go of the emergency manager. So when this incident occurred, there was no emergency manager in place, and they didn't have, the way my city runs is if we get rid of our emergency manager and we don't have somebody lined up who's going to be taking over that position, we'll pull one of our higher ranking officials and have them be the interim. They know how the city runs, they know how the job is supposed to go, and they can do it, and they'll do it till the new person is trained and knows what they're doing and is really set in their role. So that if anything were to happen, most likely we wouldn't need to use them, hopefully not. But if we did, we'd be okay. Alerts would go out, we'd get the right people assembled, we'd have quick responses. And then if we needed to call in the state, or the government at a federal level to help, we would be able to do that quickly using our emergency manager. With them not having an emergency manager in place, it made it really difficult. You'd think it'd be so easy for the law enforcement to all speak to each other. All these agencies are supposed to be working together, but we haven't seen much of it. It's been, especially during the pressers where you see them, like the media ask a question and then the one trooper will look at the other guy and he'll come over and answer it. And whenever they're asked a question, they kind of look at each other like, can you take this one over?
Well, it comes down to, and I've seen this in other situations, not just this one, comes down to emergency planning. How much emergency planning did they have in place before a situation like this happened? From based on what we've seen, it doesn't look like they have had a lot of emergency planning or emergency plan in place for something like this to happen. So they're not prepared for it. So they're just kind of flying off the cuff and trying to make it happen as it happens, and that never works out well because the left hand doesn't talk to the right hand very well. It never does, even if they're in the same company. I mean, luckily in this case it was just a shooter, which, not luckily, but it was just a shooter and not like a big spill of a hazardous waste. Or, I mean, we've seen that happen before too in Flint, Michigan, and in Ohio when the train derailed with hazardous waste. Nobody had a plan in place, and it's like all of a sudden it's like the Three Stooges trying to catch butterflies. Everybody's running around with their face and head in the sky and not knowing what to do. So I mean, that just this goes proves to show you how much planning plays into something running smoothly.
I mean, you'd think with the times we live in now, whether you're a big city or a small community, you've got something in place.
Really, the EPA and all these big governing bodies are supposed to make you have that stuff in place, but they're so understaffed they can't check everywhere. So if they haven't had an inspection, they cannot have one in place, and nobody ever not know that they have one.
And you know, it doesn't even have to be preparing for horrible mass incidents where there's violence or death. I mean, it doesn't have to be something violent even. We were just through this over the past few years, making sure there's a plan in place for the community as far as things shutting down, schools and businesses with COVID. You'd think that that would be a good time to introduce a plan for if there was an issue.
Well, I mean, you look at COVID with the kids when they shut the schools down. They had no plan in place, even with all the technology that was available to them, what they were going to do for remote schools. So, I mean, it was all of a sudden the school shut down, and it became, oh my God, what are we going to do?
And I think, you know, I'm the type of person where I've been through a lot of personal hardships in my life. And I try to just always see the positive in any situation. And times like this, people say, well, what the heck could be so positive about this? And so maybe we'll just take a quick second, you know, like we were just talking about. It's sad that this happened, but it's a perfect opportunity to strengthen the community.
Right.
And to say, well, this is horrible that this happened, but now we've seen where we need to make changes and strengthen our community and rebuild so that, God forbid, something happens again, we're prepared. Even if it didn't happen in Laurel County, if another county in Kentucky, it's a lot of small counties, but, you know, more spread out. If something happened in a neighboring county, they'd say, well, you know, this just happened to us. We put a plan in place. We can now help you and assist you. So it's really a good thing for the state. I think a lot of people are looking at like, oh my gosh, look how many resources they're using, how much money this must cost them. It would cost any state money, whether that state had a lot of resources or not. So, you know, when their resources run up, luckily they can turn to the government. And the federal government can come in and help. But the good thing is that now they can use this as a time to rebuild. With September 11th just being a couple days, well, being yesterday, one thing I thought of is right now we don't need to be the nation that we were on 9/11. We need to go back to being the nation we were the following days after, where we had to check on our neighbors, wipe our tears, and figure out how to rebuild. And was it easy? No. But it really brought people together. We were all hurting. So, I mean, I imagine the whole state is in fear. We can hear over this scanner how afraid people are and just how scary this whole thing is, not knowing, is this the person or is this just people taking the time to act crazy? You know, so hopefully that is one of the positives in all this, is that they can rebuild and make themselves better and stronger. At this point, and the only other positive I can think of is that this was a tragedy. This was a disaster. 5 people injured, 9 cars shot at, other cars injured as a result of an accident after the shooting. But luckily, nobody lost their life that we know of yet related to Mr. Couch. If that was his intention, was to take lives, he failed.
Right. And a lot of times when when the issues like this happen, people want to refer to them as problems. I've always referred to them as opportunities because it's an opportunity to learn from it. Yes, it's a horrible situation, like you said, but it's an opportunity to get better. Right.
So let's hope that people can start to focus on that. There's going to be a lot of criticism at the state, at the government, at the law enforcement officials, but if they've never had something like this, and maybe there was an emergency plan in place, but they didn't have time to transfer over to another emergency manager, and could it just be really bad timing? Yeah. Could it be part of the plan? We don't know how well thought out his plan was. It's so far sounds like he had it pretty planned out. They've got a truck driver pulled over right now. They're checking his CDL license.
Yeah, and there's a possibility they had an emergency plan in place, but a lot of times when stuff like that happens, if nothing happens, nobody looks at them. They don't do drills on them. The people just, okay, we checked the box, we got one. But if you don't do drills on it or review it or update it or do whatever you need to do to it, it just all falls apart, and it falls apart fast.
And that's why I'd really like to find out. I mean, that could be hard to figure out, is when this emergency manager was released from his job, his or her job. Honestly, they probably thought they had time to get somebody in.
Right, I mean...
That's why I'd like to know, was it just like months ago this guy or person lost their job as emergency manager? Or was this something that was known to locals if it was reported in the news or the papers? Just seems very odd timing. If this whole thing was planned out, including down to the emergency manager, then someone did their research. There's not much more we can say. I mean, you can't expect that people are going to know details like that. So that's certainly scary. Now, if this person had no idea about an emergency manager, I mean, that's not like, a captain or a chief of police, where if they're out, that's a pretty major position that you'll hear about in the papers and the media. But I don't know how active their media is. As far as this situation, nobody was reporting it for longer than like a 2 or 3 minute little news segment. And those were the major stations in Kentucky. So very strange. I mean, like I said, if he knew about this position not being filled, then that's heck of a job with planning. If he didn't, then wow, way to get lucky.
Well, they said he was a dispatcher.
Right,
so a dispatcher would know what an emergency manager does. So.
Right, and that's another thing of why I'd like to get a timeline, is just for us to sit and review the facts tomorrow. Especially during the day when the scanner's not so active, and we're just monitoring airplanes and stuff. I'm gonna take a look at the flight radar here in a sec. It just seems like there's a bit more going on.
I did put up the rail line.
Yeah, let's share that first, and then I'll look at the radar.
Okay.
So we have put up on the screen right now, these are the active rail lines for the trains.
Unfortunately, it won't let me.
And it won't really let us zoom in. It's not like an interactive map.
But we kind of know where.
But yeah, we kind of know the area. So where you see like right kind of in the middle, a little bit more to the east side of the state, you have the major red lines and the major blue lines. Those are like right in between those lines is I-75. So there are major railways that go through that area. But they haven't said anything about trains this whole time. They did mention the trails, that maybe he could have had an ATV or getaway vehicle, or they did mention the rivers, and they said there's a lot of people out there that have cabins or go hunting, and they have boats with technology that they could use. And I think they must have some sort of, police boat or something, I would imagine. But they never mentioned the train tracks. I don't know if they don't. I mean, those say active railways, so very interesting. I think maybe in the next coming days, it'll be more interesting to see, does the reward money go up, and do they get out of that 1 mile radius? I think tonight will be indicative of quite a lot because of the rain moving in. And we have that up on the screen as well. Up at the top of the left, you can see there's a bunch of this leftover rain from this hurricane. And they already do have a flood watch. So I think it is expected. Now, I mean, with the terrain, is it really gonna... I don't know. It's we'll have to wait and see. You're on the journey with us. There's a lot of question marks in this. And there's only so much we can do but speculate. So we're trying to just find little things here and there. It's literally like grasping at straws, but we're not the only ones doing it. Certainly, I think law enforcement is doing it as well. If they had answers, they'd, be a little more going towards it. But I think they're just as lost as all of us right now, as all of the people there. So already tonight, like last night I said that things didn't pick up on the scanner Monday night until like around 12:30. That's what we were talking about last night. And then like right around 12:15, 12:20, it popped off, just like I said it would. It's already doing that now, and it's 10. So I'm going to get back to the scanner. We're going to listen into that, and then I'm going to pull up the flight radar and check on that. Okay. Nope, nothing. This Air Methods Kentucky flight, which looks like a medical helicopter. So right now it's up towards Stanford, but it was around Somerset. Uh-oh. Hush, Forrest. No one wants to hear the news you're reporting. Give us a sec. Just a little pop-up.
Where you put that back?
Oh. Another alert.
Station 2, West Knox Department is Cincinnati, 115 Northland Drive, 115 Northland Drive, 1 week old, female, breathing difficulties, child, not breathing.
Okay. Oh, we're not gonna listen to that. They just got an emergency call that went out. A 1-month-old female has stopped breathing. So for the family's sake, for that child's sake, I'm turning the scanner off. Try to respect people's privacy around here. If it's a call that's, you know, pretty personal and kind of sad like that, I really don't want to put it out there, especially when they gave out the address. But, you know, when I hear the address come out, like that one I could actually hear. And we could pull it up on the map. But, I mean, I really, you know, unfortunately I hear the address come through sometimes. And then they say what the call is. And it's like, oops. But. So they're going to be going into that call. But what I was looking at was now it's going up towards Lancaster.
You call 329 Berkeley 47. Hello, 47. Adam 8 David 594 Adam 8 David 594 48 advised 34 years out with the call sign 229. I'm out with the vehicle that somebody called on.
Let me work on that on a different screen.
Here, northbound. We got it. I was curious if either one of y'all would be able to go down to the welcome center there. Got a call down there of a truck driver. Lost their heads. Parked and lost a whole lot. And they can't, nobody can leave apparently according to the caller. Said they went out there, knocked on the windows and tried to make contact, and the guy just started yelling, cussing, and said he wasn't leaving. Caribou Drive, verify proof, expiration 11/30/2024, sorry for stolen. Thank you. We're 22. Line 50, London. Line 50. Show the company. 2210. Highway 97 area. 2210.
Alright. Another call of a male screaming and yelling and not listening to officers, so they're gonna go check that one out. But see, this is weird because it's, you know, last night around this time it was relatively quiet. It was not until like around 12:15, 12:20, like I predicted, that it would pop off. You know, tonight it's a little bit earlier, so I would imagine more days that they don't catch this individual, the paranoia and the fear is gonna increase. So we'll see. you weren't here with us last night, give us 1 sec. If you weren't here with us last night, there around 1 o'clock in the morning, you'll hear the scanner go off quite a bit. They do radio check-ins. This call that just came in was they pulled over a guy that said he drank 2/5, and they're trying to pull him out of the car. I mean, whew, that's impressive. I would not even be able to walk. I wouldn't even be able to speak. I wouldn't even be able to say 2/5. I can't even say that sober. But yeah, that's the call that came in just now. But yeah, around 1 o'clock is when they do check-ins. So from usually about 1 to 1:15, 1:30, they'll do the radio check-ins. And then around 2 is when they start doing their shift change. I don't know if that's when they normally do shift change, but that's when they've been doing it as far as this manhunt and switching people out. And that goes from like 2 till like 2:30, 2:40.
I'll go from Walmart DC all the way up to 41, 98 UTL. 22.
Definitely more on the scanner tonight than there was last night. In a minute, I'll check on the radar again, the flight map, and see what I can see. There was really only 2 things I saw. And I think they might be medical.
279 Campground 4 Road, 279 Campground 4 Road, supposed to be a Marvel here, and he's down too.
They got a call to go out to a campground. We'll see what happens with that. See, so many of these calls sound like something, or they sound exciting, and then we just kind of have to wait. And they're so far away. It's also spread out that it takes them a bit. But we'd love to hear if there's anything that you have questions on about this case so far, if there's anything that you think would be interesting for us to pull up and show you. We can try to pull up different things. Anything y'all suggest, we will try to do. But, oh yeah, 2/5. I mean, I hope he's drunk and lying about that, because he's in a car and they can't pull him out. So he said 2/5 of liquor and he was behind the wheel of a car. That's
Do you want to play the press conference from earlier today?
Yeah, you know what, there's nothing on the map right now. Let me check on that one helicopter. So there's that one. Okay, so it went all the way to Somerset. I think that might be a medical call, and they're going to the hospital in Lexington, because that's where it looks like they're heading to. But yeah, there's really nothing around London right now. There really hasn't been at night, which you would think, having less people on the ground, like, I don't really know if they have boots on the ground at night, you know, having infrared and thermal, you'd think that'd be great to just fly around all night, though it's using up a lot of gas and that makes it expensive. I can see that, but very strange to have no planes up over there. But maybe that's what they're trying to do, is not have things in the area, and we don't know. I mean, we know the weather's coming in, but that could be a factor too. But it's much earlier tonight that things are going off. And yeah, the biggest thing I'm hoping for, whether it's this guy that drank 2/5 of, hopefully not moonshine, because he's in Kentucky. Good Lord, help that man. But maybe they'll have his mailbox, or that guy's mailbox. Maybe it'll be solved. I will follow up when this whole situation is done and over. I'm not going to tie up law enforcement, but it would be interesting when all of this is said and done and things settle down and life gets back to normal. If I could call them and ask about, hey, what do you guys do about a stolen mailbox? Try to find out what happened to that man. Maybe we can start a GoFundMe and get that man a mailbox. I'd have to go all the way through the scanner and try to listen for his address again. That'd be so weird. Somebody just sends him a mailbox.
Yeah, why was reported at 2 in the morning?
So I'd also I'd be interested, we're probably gonna do it tomorrow, but running a poll. So we mentioned this once last night, is Tony looked up if Kentucky plays football this weekend. And they are scheduled to play a home game against Georgia. And I know in the past, for certain things, they've allowed them to switch where they're playing, and they could always play at Georgia and make it an away game instead of a home game. But I just don't see it being safe to bring in a bunch of college students and fans and play this football game when this guy's on the loose. So I don't know if they're going to reschedule that game. I mean, Tony played professional football in college, so, but, things have changed since then, and it depends on what the situation is. So, we'll see, but that'll be interesting to see, and I'd like to put up a poll tomorrow and see if people think, will they cancel the game? Will they move it? What'll they do? It might be like a week-to-week basis type thing, but I think by now we would have heard something. Maybe I'll also try to find something from the university tomorrow and see if they've got anything about the football game, or even if they have a report that they're putting out more campus security, because I did see people on other news sources talking about how they had kids or grandkids over at the University of Kentucky. So we're gonna listen in on the scanner, stuff like that. Tony will be right by here. I'm going to go grab something to drink, but we're going to play this press conference from earlier because it was pretty, I wouldn't say informative, but this is the first time we've heard Governor Beshear in Kentucky talk about this incident since it happened. I know he came under some scrutiny over the weekend because when this was all happening on Sunday, it happened Saturday, but on Sunday when this whole manhunt was still going on, he was at a sports game with his family. And obviously he can't, drop everything and be there, but when you're governor, you'd think you got to step in and go to the scene. So I guess he was there in London today, but he said he was flying back, and you'll hear it when we play it. He said he's flying back right after this press conference to the Capitol, and him and his wife are going to donate blood because they said there's a national blood shortage, and these people that got injured in the shooting most likely needed to receive blood, but pretty interesting to hear him talk. And just my opinion, he looks nervous, and I'd be interested in seeing more videos of this guy in the past, but he just looks nervous.
It also matters that I don't know if it's election year for him or not, but the lack of his involvement does not look very well for him, and how slow everything's going as far as this investigation's going and Manhunt's going. So if it's an election year, it's a good reason to be nervous.
Alright, so I'll put you on here, you can play that.
Y'all need a sound check?
Please.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
What do you have for breakfast?
I don't eat breakfast. Coffee. We good? All right, good morning, everyone. I just got done meeting with some of the incredible law enforcement heroes that are working to keep the people of this and the surrounding communities safe, and to get an update on the ongoing efforts to bring safety and justice to this region following Saturday night's senseless violence along I-75. As you all know, 5 people were injured in the incident. But God was with us even when it was toughest. The newest information I've received is that 4 of the 5 victims have been released from the hospital, and the 5th is expected to survive. From someone that's lost people close to him in a mass shooting, no one wants to go through it, but for everyone to make it, we're really grateful for. We are deeply thankful for everyone who responded on that day and since. Thankful for those that answered the 911 calls, who I just got to meet this morning, that because of their diligent efforts, those ambulances filled with other heroes were there on the scene. We owe a debt of gratitude to the healthcare heroes, both in those ambulances and ultimately at the hospitals that provided life-saving care. We're grateful to local law enforcement who responded so quickly, ensuring that this situation did not get worse, and immediately opened an investigation that continues. Grateful for the cooperation, knowing that justice and safety is the end goal, and while the uniforms may look a little bit different behind me, everyone's goal is the same: to protect the citizens of the Commonwealth of Kentucky and to bring safety and stability back to this region. To the victims, their families, and this community, these things aren't supposed to happen, but they seem to happen far too often. But know that your Commonwealth is here for you. We care about you. We'll stand with you, both in the days that have happened since and the days that are moving forward, and we will heal from this incident. Since Saturday, authorities have been working tirelessly, utilizing every tool at their disposal. I want to be very clear today that I am proud of the work of all the law enforcement agencies and what they're doing. They are bringing the most modern technology, every technique that is possible, to search some of the most rugged terrain that anyone could hide in. Yes, they haven't found this individual yet, but that's not for lack of trying. There are so many individuals,
Okay, so we have possibly breaking news. Possibly breaking news. I thought my scanner had an issue, which it rarely does. Sometimes I just have to go back in and re-put in my login with my badge number. They do have the ability to completely take the scanner down, even for people that are employed by that county or that city. The people that are not on duty would not receive alerts. So, Laurel County completely turned off their scanner. It cannot be accessed. They have not done this on the whole course of the investigation. They have something. So, breaking news, there is something. This is absolutely nuts. No, let's see what happens with this. Okay. I'm thinking of even updating the thing. I'm going to try to pull up somewhere else in Kentucky and see. So I have the Kentucky State Police up right now. That scanner is up, but all of Laurel County is down. So it could be Joseph Couch, or it could be something related to this. Because if it was just another Yahoo crazy person, we've heard that plenty of times over the past few nights. But for them to actually turn the scanner off, let me see if there's anything up in the air. They probably have that too blocked. But this is a development. This is crazy. This might be something. This is This is just very strange that they went off like that. Yeah, Laurel County is still off. They kicked us off. This is very, very strange. We're going to start looking on other media sources, seeing if we see anything. The fact that the entire thing went offline is pretty... Something's going on. If it's not Joseph Couch, it's something related to him or something big.
I'm gonna see if I can hear anything on broadcast. I don't think I can. I mean, if they shut yours off.
Is there a way for me to pull up the flight? Or is it still...
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's good.
Oh, there it is. Alright, so I'm pulling up the flight radar now. That's still at medical. There is nothing right now. Let me zoom out and see if I see anything from a different part of the state coming up. There's a United States Army medic helicopter up, or plane up in the air. No, it looks like it's a helicopter. And it doesn't say where it's going. It's a Black Hawk. And that's right around Elizabeth. It's approaching Elizabethtown, Kentucky. So it's just south of Louisville. That could be something.
Yeah, it's showing on all the 3 ones offline.
Yep. Huh. If these scanners go back up, we will be here right away. But that is very strange. So while we're waiting for the scanners to come up, I'll start looking around and seeing what else I can find.
The fire district is online for Laurel County. I'm trying to listen to it on broadcast.
The Bush fire?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got nothing on there. What's a nearby county to London? Or to Laurel?
I don't know. I mean, Lexington. Is Lexington a county?
And Knox, I think.
Yeah.
Let me try Knox. No, the only one in Knox available is their weather radio. So now let me try.
The Bush Fire District is online, but there's nothing.
Right, there's nothing coming through. That's volunteer.
Oh.
Because I thought about that too. There's no Lexington County.
see what county lexical.
Very strange. Something's going on. So, Kentucky State Police Post 13 is offline too now.
Fayette County is like Fayetteville, but no Ville.
I got that county. Let's see. It's a Kentucky State Police County channel. So, it's for Post 7 and 12, Regions 3 and 5. So, let's see what happens with that. Okay, so this multiple scanners are down. They went for a tactical call, so all comms are down. This has got to be something. We have numerous counties offline. Now that medical helicopter I saw earlier flying around that I said looked like it was going back to Louisville or Lexington, that is now popped up right outside of London. Looks like they might be heading towards a church. They're just north of East Hal Rogers Parkway.
Here, I'll pull up.
I don't see anything else in the area. This is definitely something. Something's going on. Very strange. I think we've got something.
he's over there about somewhere by the puppies or close to it.
He's hovering right now.
He's somewhere over here.
This is very strange. Something's going on. They went tactical. Oh, goodness. Alright. I'll pull up the flight radar in a second. There's nothing too big that we can see, like, as far as they're going. They said they were going tactical, which means they have to bring all communications offline. Probably using multiple resources. But since I can't get the scanner, I'm going to try to find them on the map. That's the best we can do at this point. Now, if it turns out to be nothing, we'll hear about it. They'll put the radios back on, I'm sure. But this is the first time since this shooting occurred that they turned off the scanners for even their employees. So if they need to speak to each other, it's using cell phones. And they've got a list of people's numbers, and they'll probably just be checking in with the person in charge of the investigation. But let me pull it up here and see. So right here in the center in this blue dot, this is the airport. And the only thing we have is this medical helicopter. And it looks like it's going... It's just hovering. It's hovering over mountains right now. It's just north of the Hal Rogers Parkway. Kind of... I'm trying to find something that's close to it, like an actual building, but there's nothing. Like, this is a really obscure place to go. And they took off from the airport. Yeah, they took off right from the airport, and they actually are going east of London, like a direct shot over. I mean, that's they're in between this city Marydale and Urban, and now we have another plane coming in. Oh, that's American Airlines. That's nothing. Never mind. So it's just this helicopter a little bit tiny bit north of Hal Rogers Parkway. And it looks like they went past this Weaver Church on Tomcat Trail. There's a lot of little churches around there. And now they're just chilling in this one spot. So this has got to be where they're at. Doesn't look like it could be too far. But there's nothing in this area. Not even a church or a campground, nothing. Right off of that Hal Rogers Parkway. Now, if this is Joseph Crouch, hopefully we should know more whenever this ends. But if it's not him, the good news is we'll have the scanner. Oh! They landed. They gone. They must have landed down in the woods there. So, that's good. Definitely good they landed, because either they're going to grab somebody or they're going to go back up and it'll be nothing. But let's see what this turns out to be. Folks, we're not even at midnight here when it's supposed to start popping off. I mean, is it bad to feel excited? I don't think so. Because obviously we want this guy caught. We want the community to get back to where they're supposed to be. Now, I wonder, I'm going to start looking up these cities. I'm going to look up this Marydale and this Urban and see if I can get into theirs. I mean, they can keep trying to turn these scanners off. I'm going to try and keep getting in. Maybe I'll get angry enough or annoyed enough and call them, "Excuse me." I'm trying to stream here. Turn your radio back on.
You have a right to know.
And of course, Urban and Marydale isn't a... Oh, those are counties. Oh, that's all I can look. It's by county.
Well, just here. What? Maryville?
I was looking up Marydale
Marydale.
and Urban.
I'll see what county.
It's probably still in the same damn county, and I won't be able to access it, but...
Marydale's in Laurel County.
Okay.
And what was the other one?
Urban?
Urban?
Yeah.
It's in Fayette County.
So, Rangers, they have on power station for us, clear 29s.
Alright, so right now, I have the Kentucky State Police scanner up. It's for posts 7 and 12, regions 3 and 5, which this is the closest one to Laurel County, so we'll keep seeing if Laurel County comes back up. But I'll keep this one on, so maybe we can hear something. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna pull up the radar again.
Look up around Lexington and see if there's anything taken off.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me
That's
see.
where the state police are at.
Where is
Go
Lexington?
up. Right there, all those planes are bunched up together.
Here?
Yeah, I think.
That's Louisville. Oh, here's Lexington. Alright. That's weird. It says that medical helicopter is now there. It says PHI Air Medical.
I wonder if that's a different one. I didn't pay attention to the number. I mean, but that would be weird because it'd be two.
No, that was the same one that landed in the woods, but if it's going to a hospital, that could be it. So there's nothing happening in Louisville.
Stephen Joseph Thornberry II, 534 Jackson Road, Kentucky. He is current does enforce some restrictions from clear. Does have several charges, but they were all admitted down or dismissed. There is an indictment grand jury from 1999 and no other information. Go ahead.
Because look at this one, that PHI Air Medical. It's in Lexington. It looks like it's probably at the hospital. And it says it came from just north. Well, it says it came from Pulaski.
So there's no trial around here, just whatever you have to do, if it's a positive, make sure not to pick the pill or anything.
This is all really weird. Very, very odd. And now I'm trying to find where that little city was again. Maybe I have to go in more. Okay, so it was right in between here. It was like right over here.
Yeah.
And it's still not up.
Alright.
But it would have had to go from there.
There's no way it could have went.
Okay, Lincoln County, right?
No, because this is saying it came from here.
Yeah, we'll cut it out, but... Okay, well, so it's gonna be a white Chevy, pulling a trailer to the mid-27 the roadway, driver just walked away from it. The truck is blocking both lanes of traffic.
Okay, so get this. In Pulaski County, where that helicopter took off from that went back to Lexington, they're offline too.
Oh.
This is very strange. Huh? Go back to the last few minutes and maybe he's going out there. I would see if he said anything. We're trying. Try Marion County. Nope, Marion County is off. They're taking all the counties offline. I think this is our guy.
Or at least I think he is.
Now that Kentucky State Police is off. What was the name of that county I found the Kentucky State Police on? Let me try Rockcastle County.
It was Fayette County, wasn't it?
Yeah, Fayette.
One prior, did you want to send him on his way? Wagers. These vulnerabilities.
I mean, now we're really left in the dark. We've got nothing. That helicopter must have landed at the hospital. Let me see if I can see this hospital on the map. Huh. I think they got him. I think they do. They've definitely got something. I mean, for all the stations to slowly go off, that's odd.
Everybody 55, please. Go ahead, sir.
Right now we're listening to Kentucky State Police,
They just got drunk, started shooting the guns in the wall.
Regions 3 and 5. It kind of sounds like so far this Kentucky State Police scanner is taking all other calls. Like the things that aren't pertaining, the emergency calls that aren't pertaining to whatever the situation is that they're investigating. I mean, so many counties went off, and this is the first time I've lost my scanner. Very, very suspicious. I'm pretty sure we've got him. The Laurel County Fire District one is up. With a lot more people listening to that one, but they're not saying nothing.
Yeah, it was quiet. I went to that one.
I do have one more scanner I can try. Tomorrow. Yeah, temporary offline.
Yeah, it's offline on 5 different apps.
Yep. Have we tried Nelson? No. Is that like a scanner app? Let me look up Nelson. Oh, is that a county? Maybe that's a county. Let me see.
But, yeah, Nelson's the county.
Alright. Let me look up Nelson. Kentucky. Oh, yeah. Well. They have Nelson County Fire and Rescue, but they have Kentucky State Police Post 4. So let's see that. Let's see. Sounds like the state police are kind of taking all the other emergency calls that aren't related to whatever the situation is, but this has to be something related to this because this is just too strange. I hope it's not another mass shooting or any type of thing like that. Yeah, that one's pretty quiet. We'll keep Nelson County on and see if anything comes up. The one I had before was Fayette County, and that's Kentucky State Police Posts 7 and 12, Regions 3 and 5. But they were really just kind of handling that Fayette County just as the Kentucky State Police up, and I haven't heard anything. Now, if they did get this guy, I would think they'd have a helicopter go there,
Right.
which we think they did in that one area where it dropped into the woods. But I imagine if they got him, they'll have the scanners back up.
Alright.
Or are they sick of people listening in?
Well, somebody said that during the Cavalcante, they kept doing that too. Whenever they thought they found him, they would turn off the...
Yeah, with Cavalcante they did that, but they're not supposed to shut off the paid ones where you need your badge number. Because,
Right.
really, I mean, if you have a badge number, you're a first responder of some kind. So I'm guessing, I mean, it might not be him, but it's something related. But, you know, even in the past few nights, like with Cavalcante, when they thought they had something, they would pull down the scanners for understandable reasons. But with this guy, ever since this happened with Joseph Couch, they've never pulled the scanners. They've pulled the public scanners on Broadcastify that people are accessing just from home. But my version that you need your badge number for, I've not had a single problem.
Yeah, I don't...
So this is the first time they've shut it out to even their own employers. So, you know, if they have somebody that was there all day for like 14 hours today and went home, they had their scanner on, they're not going to be able to hear anything either. So that's the tricky part about shutting off the paid version. Or, well, I should say the professional version. Because our cities and counties pay for it. Our department pays for it. So I'm just going to kind of look at the flight radar. Let me go back and try and find Frankfurt. I know they were helping out. Having trouble finding Frankfurt. I might need to take a geography class. Knoxville. Is Frankfurt really that small? I don't think so. Then why am I having such a difficult time finding Frankfurt? I mean, it doesn't look like there's anything up. We have one in Lexington again, that Air Medical, which looks like it left the hospital in Lexington and is going west. Oh, here's Franklin. Well, that's Franklin. I could just type it in, really. But either way, it doesn't look like there's anything up in the air. They went super quiet. Something's going on. And that helicopter landed in the middle of the woods, and it's more towards the east, which is not at all where they've been landing during the day. In the day, they're towards the west in the middle of the woods.
Right.
Would Bobby say anything?
No, he just shut it down. The 8 bell shut it down too. So.
Yeah, they're still off. Let me see if there's... I think I looked up Franklin County, and let me see. Maybe I didn't click on them. Oh, no, they're also only showing... When I click on Franklin County, they show again Kentucky State Police Post 7 and 12, Regions 3 and 5. And then they're also showing Shelby County. Why that's showing up under Franklin County, I don't get it, but... So for all these counties that I keep showing up, it keeps rerouting me. Like under Franklin County and Shelby County, it just kept saying Kentucky State Police Post 7 and 12. I'll switch over to that for a few minutes. Woo! Alright, so let's see what's going on this one. But it might be a little bit before we hear something. Frankfort is a red dot in Franklin County. Okay. So, yeah, Frankfort must be in Franklin County. Unfortunately, they're not up. They're only playing, they're rerouting everything to that state police. Let me try Jefferson County.
Appreciate you heading over this way.
I got their air evac helicopter. Maybe I'll hear that they got called there. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Jefferson County Sheriff, they've not got anything. Guess I'll go back to the state police. So Joe, they believe him to still be within a mile of any direction of where the shooting occurred, which was off of I-75 on exit 49 by the 49er truck stop, which is in Laurel County in London, Kentucky. And where they've mostly been searching during the day is, if you're looking at a map, it's been more to the left, like so to the west of I-75, which I believe they were still in Laurel County because they were right next to the highway and they were in that little section of forest, and they occasionally would go up towards these different lakes and they would do like these little figure 8 maneuvers. And then sometimes we'd see them drop down and look like in the middle of the woods. And I think they were dropping people off because they'd come back to that same area a couple hours later and pick people up, or real near to that area. So that was always more towards like western Kentucky, or the west side of Laurel County. Tonight when they went off, when they turned the scanners off, they were going the opposite way. They had a helicopter go to the east of 75, and oh, that's a FedEx plane, and they were right around in between the cities of Marydell and Urban, which is tons of forest and hills or cliffs or mountains up there. And that's where they went. There's the only buildings I can see near any of these places is these little churches. They were right off of Hal Rogers Parkway.
Good.
I thought he was talking to me. A crime tip for a code 600. What?
It's rather lengthy, but he is advising that he wants to go to UK instead of Markham Wallace, and he is promised by Francine and Scotland to have an area. Go ahead.
So yeah, we're kind of just waiting to hear. So where I zoomed in on the map, on the flight radar, there's nothing. But this is the little section of, you know, forest or, you know, mountains, hills, whatever, that that helicopter landed in, which is kind of odd because there's really not many places that they could land, and there are a couple like little roads, but I didn't see them land anywhere near a road. Whenever that comes back up, because it eventually has to come back up. I mean, we know they didn't just send officers driving over there because a helicopter landed in that area. So eventually that helicopter is going to have to take off. When it comes up, I'll see where it's at, and then I'll track it to where it goes. If it goes to a hospital, that's pretty indicative of something. Okay, so calls in the 600 and 700 series are considered to be emergencies when they are called in, even if there is no emergency when the department arrives. The difference is that 600 series were called in by someone who believed there was an emergency, while 700 series are calls that are system malfunction. Okay, so again, this is stuff that sounds pretty big, which, I mean, you could make that case that the past few nights have been like this, but this is the very first time they've ever shut off the scanner that's given to law enforcement officers and first responders. Very, very strange. Even on like the public ones like Broadcastify, that was down for multiple counties too. I thought maybe it was just my scanner freaking out, not wanting to cooperate. Yeah, we keep trying other ones, and it's nothing. I'm going to pull up on the map again and see if anything else is in the air. Like, going towards that direction. Which, almost like if they're not having more helicopters or planes come in, maybe there was a deceased sighting. So, what do we have going on in Lexington? A flight with no information. That's always good. And then this is a different air method. This is a different Kentucky helicopter. But it looks like they're going to medical calls. So where were they at? Yeah, that was the University of Kentucky. There must be a hospital there. Yeah, there's hospitals right there. And they must have stopped somewhere. Because they're gone now. But they were in Lexington. Oh, here's Frankfurt. I found you, Frankfurt. You can't hide from me.
194. And in Mercer County, the big 1098, I'm not finding them. I've already paid attention to it. I won't make public service.
I think this is something, y'all. I really do. And of course, I just turned off the other scanner. Good going, Aliana.
It's still offline anyway.
I know. No, I turned off the state police one. Because I'm trying to play that one, but also keep Laurel County up.
Close out that traffic check on that later. I was taking care of adding there were 12 inspections. Do the activity for it. Close it out.
Okay, so now I found where Frankfurt is. That makes me happy. Gosh, I could really incite a lot of paranoia for myself by just watching this flight radar. They seriously look like they're gonna hit so many times. Luckily, I'm just chilling in Kentucky looking at the map. If I went up to my city, I'd be freaking out. Nothing. What are you? United Airlines. Somebody's vehicle stalled. Alright, now I'm gonna... I shouldn't have mentioned it, but now I'm gonna go look at my damn city. Oh! Why is there so much happening in my city? What happened to our screen?
You might be thinking I'm already met exit 48, still no contact. I'm almost into Washington County now. That's where I'm coming up on the 54 right now. Frankfurt 194 584. Mercer County failed to advise us. Their 1012 with this male subject been driving him to a gas station. They're no longer.
Yeah,
No further assistance
they
from
turned off all the webcams on the highways in London, Kentucky. I pulled up a page with all the webcams on traffic cameras.
Okay, so Tony just informed me that he was pulling up the traffic cameras for I-75 for all the roads
I'm fixing to
in Kentucky, in London, Kentucky, Laurel County. And they've taken all the traffic cameras down.
put it up on.
And we're gonna pull it up on the screen for y'all before I keep giving myself panic attacks by looking at planes that almost hit. But yeah, this has to be something. For them to turn off the scanners and now turn off traffic cameras, that's crazy. There's something going on and they don't want us to see. Even if it's not him, I don't know. This is strange. Look at that. No traffic cams.
I'm trying to scroll down. There's like 30 cameras up there. Every single one say that. It's very odd.
This could be it, y'all. This could be it. Yes, that was a very smart idea. To pull up the
Yeah, well,
cameras.
I thought they might still. I was going to try to see if I saw cops or something somewhere.
See, y'all can turn off your scanners, but we're following you on the radar.
You can run, but you can't hide.
But no.
There's a bunch of cameras. Isn't there?
Yeah, there's like 30-something cameras, and it won't let us pull up any. They took them.
I'll do a picture of them. It's kind of strange.
Very weird. I'm gonna go back to the... Are you done with that screen? I'll go back to the flight radar and,
Yeah,
until I can keep it up and see. The flight.
very odd.
Still nothing on the radar, the flight radar.
Look at that. That's all the different traffic cameras.
Yeah, so when they show a list of the traffic cameras, and it literally just says this image is unavailable, this image is unavailable. So they pull them all down.
There's 20 different cameras and all of them say the same.
Sorry, excuse me, there's 20 different cameras, not 30. But yeah, they all say, and that was through WeatherBug.
Okay, hold on, someone's coming back up now.
Oh, woo, we're getting some camera feeds back.
This is all the ones on I-75 are down.
Okay, so all the ones on I-75 in Laurel County or London are still down.
The ones on I-640 are back up.
Alright, 640. Let's see where 640 is. I know Google Maps.
that's going down towards Knoxville. That must be what goes from Kentucky down to Tennessee.
Okay. I see 40, 75, oh, 640. That was it?
Yeah.
That is all the way down there.
That must be goes across the Tennessee-Kentucky border. Because when I pulled it up, it said something about Knoxville.
But that is very strange for the cameras that are on 75 to still be down. I'm going to close out my scanner, re-log in. Good Lord, a lot of fires tonight. Lots of fires. We have a fire in Illinois that just got upgraded to a 3-alarm fire. Oh no! We have a 6-alarm fire in Massachusetts. Woo! I kind of want to go over there and help out with that now. Your help has arrived. Who are you? Your help? What is this?
We need a medic. We've been calling for a medic. My guys is working on the victim. I got the medic and I'm dropping the third piece. Stop yelling at me. We've been calling for a medic. My guys is working on the victim. I got the medic and I'm dropping the third piece. Stop yelling at me.
Where is that? Is that live? Or?
That was in Baltimore!
I got the medic and I'm dropping the third piece. Stop yelling at me.
That sounds like me.
Stop yelling at me.
That sounds like me when I'm talking to dispatch. Hey! Hey, I can't understand you. Spit that gum out. I do that with Toya all the time. Spit that gum out. I ain't chewing gum. I hear something, Toya. Are you eating? I've got Twizzlers. I don't. I'm coming over there to get some Twizzlers, Toya. And then I do. That's a day in the life of Aliana as a firefighter. Alright. So I do have something in here. Oh my gosh, they just took off Jefferson County, Kentucky, which is the Louisville Metro events.
I wonder if this is storm related or something. I mean, it's just weird that they're taking all these adjacent counties down.
And that's Louisville Metro. That's like... That's weird. You know what? I think it might be something related, something where everything is down.
Well, you know, I told you earlier today, Microsoft was having some sort of weird thing where there was a lot of, I mean, not that they have anything to do with scanners. I wonder if there's some, it's just weird that all these adjacent counties are going down. But
Yeah, so even I'm looking at disaster events and I'm seeing a lot of California stations that are covering the wildfires. And those are all offline. All offline, which is very, very, very strange. I have right here that there's a major event in the Los Angeles area.
you got a helicopter over there by,
Oh. Hold on, I gotta pull that up on here. Interact. Okay.
I had to refresh it.
Yep, this is that helicopter. It's back up. So let's see where it goes. So now I'm gonna go back and see if I can get... there's a couple things popping up. I'm still going to follow that helicopter and see where it goes. See, that's what I said. This is where it landed, right in the middle of the woods here.
And it popped back. It was like it went low, and then it set dotted line between the two.
Yep, it went real low, but I don't think it ever landed. So I'm going to zoom out and see where it goes. I've got here, did they say suspect down and 27-year-old deceased? I'll see what... This is out of Laurel County.
Do
27-year-old female deceased.
we need them then?
Alright, so...
All 49 traffic now switch back down to post B. All 49 traffic switch back down to B.
They said suspect down.
All 49 traffic now switch back down to post B. All 49 traffic switch back down to B.
Where's that,
Laurel County, it says, move to post D, all 49, move to post D, all 49 traffic, move to post D, suspect is down. But we still don't have anything else.
Did that happen before it went down, or?
Yeah?
Huh.
1408, time of dispatch, 1407. 84-year-old male is constipated, running around outside in his underwear along the road, not acting normally, was getting 3 enemas, no relief. 1632 Pine Valley Road, Allegheny Township, the Garvey resident.
You won't be
1408,
when he does great news.
1407. 84-year-old male is constipated, running around outside in his underwear along the road, not acting normally, was getting 3 enemas, no relief. 1632 Pine Valley Road, Allegheny Township.
Well, let's go back to Baltimore.
We've been calling for a medic. My guys is working on the victim.
I got the medic and I'm dropping the 13th. Stop yelling at me.
We need a medic. We've been calling for a medic. My guys is working on the victim.
Look at
I got the medic and I'm dropping the 13th. Stop yelling at me.
You gotta love dispatch calls.
All I gotta say is when that guy gets unconstipated, they better have a bucket, because it's gonna get messy.
I don't know why we have to hear about... I'm still worried about that poor man in his mailbox. Poor ID channel's gonna have to get on something. Alright, let me go back to that Kentucky State Police. And let's see. Alright. Let's check what this helicopter's doing. It's going, it just crossed the middle of London over 75 and it's going to the west of I-75 in that patch of woods where they've been looking during the day. And they're going very slow. I think whatever they found before was nothing. Because they didn't go straight to a hospital.
Well, it's like they went and hovered or something. They didn't really land because they didn't technically disappear. They did. But
Right. And this is that helicopter, so...
You hear a male and female yelling in the background. He's not responding.
Very strange.
2322.
I'm just checking for any more helicopters coming that way. Or any army planes.
2322.
Yeah, look at, they're right back in that same patch of woods as they've been during the day. And they're just hovering there.
1277.
Oh, it's not showing it again on the stream.
1277.
Not sure.
Yeah, give us a full and see MSP just pulled up. 23.
Anything I'm looking at. Oh, I don't know.
So let's try this.
I'll go back
Radio
in.
35, Radio 35 was able to get in contact with the caller. Caller said he's on West Rim Boulevard in West Hancock.
Ah!
858.
I don't even have it on Kentucky State Police. Oh, Jesus Christ, Allie. I went back to my city. Well, I didn't go back. It just started playing that woman. I don't know why. No, no. Let's not see them. Have them see that I'm available. I don't need to be called into work tonight. Oral is still off. I'm just checking these other counties. Knox County, they're completely down. Hardin County.
So I just put up on your screen
Mm-hmm.
is traffic cameras.
Okay.
So you can zoom out and see.
Yeah.
There is one that's online on 75,
Uh-huh.
but you can't really. That's what,
Oh.
but I don't know if you want to look around the other, if there's other areas.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I'll do it.
That's the London area, but you can zoom out.
Alright, let's check.
You go work your way up 75 and see if there's any.
That's Whitley
If you
County.
click on the picture, it gets bigger.
Yeah, there's nothing. I don't even see.
I see blue light.
Nope. I'll go up a little bit above. That's Rockcast. Oh.
I don't see blue lights or anything.
No. No, nothing. What's over here? Are these trail cams?
Maybe.
They're traffic cameras, but this is more towards Pulaski where they're at.
Yeah.
Well, where that helicopter's at. And it's pretty quiet there. I'm not... This is in between Corbin and Williamsburg, which is where he worked. So they're so close to Tennessee. I mean, literally, London is right in the middle between, like...
Yeah.
Huh. I've got the medic! Stop yelling at me! We can start doing on nights that there's nothing going on. We can do a segment where we listen into active scanners and just we'll do like our own on patrol or live PD type show where we can just listen in for funny calls on the scanner.
Yeah.
Or exciting calls or interesting calls. So if that sounds like something that would be fun, I mean, definitely let us know and we'll try to do that. I'm going to go back to the flight radar. Oh, look at them. Phew! They're getting deep.
For information purposes only, past milestones are walking east on 30, just past Valero and Bonneville. Believe it's going to be Tyrone Owen. Looks like he's wearing a shoulder holster, big. Check for a minute. I went out, got out with him Saturday after that fatal. He's not feeling and I ain't
After that fatal.
him doing illegal. He's carrying the open. Just in case you get any calls on him for some reason, that's who It looked like. So run the gun if it's a Springfield Armory 40 cal Saturday, just in case y'all getting calls on anything. Yeah, for sir.
So there was a suspicious male walking down the side of the road or the highway, and they pulled him over. He had a shoulder holster on him, and he's got a license to carry. So they were just letting them know that if they got any suspicious calls about that, he's already been ran and checked. And the reason they pulled him over, this officer, and I'm still on the Kentucky State Police scanner, and this is right now the only Kentucky State Police scanner in any of the counties that we can get. It's for posts 7 and 12, regions 3 and 5, spanning multiple counties in Kentucky. And the officer did say that the reason they pulled over that male, or stopped him and questioned him, is because there was a fatality nearby. I don't know if that's what they were investigating. You would think the scanners would be back up by now. Because like I said, this is the first night. Even when they've had all these shootings before on the previous nights and all these weird suspicious calls, they kept the scanner up. And it's still off. I don't know, maybe they could be having it off because they're getting so many calls, or they don't want to tip somebody off if they think he might have a scanner or something. I'm still following this chopper that landed. I'll go back over. So here's London right in the middle. And then you can see the flight path in green. So this is London right here in the center. And then they went not very far. They went into the little patch of woods, probably within a mile of 75, a couple miles maybe of 75. They didn't land because I don't know if you guys can see it, but it does have it on mine. Okay, now you guys can see the flight path. There's a little bit of a delay when I do it, but they didn't actually land. They went below where we could see them online and see their transponder, and that's in between these green lines, which are their route. There's little black dots or little black lines that kind of connect. So in this little part, they went below the tree cover and they didn't have their transponder on. Now they're back up in the air. They came back, went over 75 right here, which is where the shooting occurred. And then now they were going over this patch of woods to the west of 75, which that patch of woods is where we've seen them during the day out. And it looks like they're going to the city of Somerset. I'm going to go in closer and see where they go. Let's see what's in Somerset. The Rocky Hollow Recreation Center, the Pulaski County Library, the International Paranormal Museum. Now they're booking it. So I went, oh, you know what? There's Lake Cumberland Regional Hospital. I bet they're going. That's where I have up on the map, and I bet they're going to the hospital. And there was a fatality, so it could be they have an injured person, or it could be a fatality on there. But, well, now they're going lower than the hospital. Where are you going? They're probably turning around.
I was gonna say, depends on where the helipad is. Usually on top of the hospital.
Copy out. Have a good night.
Now, if they go past Somerset and past the hospital, that's going to be quite strange. I'll go back out a little bit. This is the hospital. They've already gone way past Somerset. Okay, yep, they're turning around. They're going to that hospital. So, I don't know. That could be somebody that just had a medical call. There was a call for a fatality, so I don't know if that is Joseph Couch. He's deceased.
So would they put him in a helicopter?
No.
I mean, if he's deceased,
No. Well, I mean, they might put him in a helicopter to transport
they
him.
wouldn't take him to a hospital.
No, they'd take him to the state lab.
Right.
But, I mean, they might not have coroners there all night. They might have to call somebody in. Or, I mean, usually the state would keep his body at that point for investigation purposes. And they said fatality, so the person's long gone off this in this realm. So, yeah, they're going to the hospital, which that doesn't make sense if it's a fatality, you know?
Right.
I think that they could still, even if they don't have a coroner available, you know, to go right out there, they would still take them somewhere in London or Laurel County. All right, they're leaving. They flew by the hospital and they're not landing.
Yeah. Maybe they threw him out.
They just slowed down.
He's already dead.
I mean, yeah, that's let's see if they turn back. Maybe they didn't have clearance to land because this isn't. I don't know. This is weird. I mean, look how much of a now they're going back to the hospital. Like, they overshot it.
Like they got waved off or something.
Whoops.
We missed it.
Unless there's another. I mean, they use helicopters so often for medical calls. There could be a helicopter landing.
Right.
And they're waiting.
And they waved them off.
And they had to circle. Come on, buddy, you got it this time. Land. Oh, look, there's a probation and parole office right across from the hospital. Yeah, they're definitely going to the hospital. And it's not even midnight yet. That's when stuff really picked up. But if they keep the scanners offline, I don't know what we're really gonna be able.
And we start playing scanner roulette.
All right. If we see them come back on, which maybe they'll do around 2:00. If we see it come back up, we'll be here immediately. Because we want to know what's going on with this. Do you know a time of, or any update on the flooding?
Let me look.
There was a question in the chat about the flooding, so yeah, so we'll have to see here. Because it would be kind of interesting to see what the current weather there is like in Laurel County.
Right.
Yeah, they're at the hospital. They went off the map now. Now I've got to go all the way back and find London. Here it is. Still nothing up in the air. What are you? Atlanta to Lexington. Okay. Safe flight, y'all. You're going to Nashville. Safe flight. Look at me wishing these people safe flights. Aren't I sweet? It's so quiet now. I'm gonna restart the scanners again. I'll try my other scanner and see what's going on. Extra feeds? No. Very, very strange.
Right now it's raining there, and they've received 2 inches.
Good Lord, what was that?
So
So it is raining there right now.
it the heavy rain hasn't moved in yet.
Okay, so no flooding yet, but the rain has moved in. Louisville is back up. Are they slowly bringing...
494-9428.
They're still off. Whitley County is off. Wow, I mean, all these places are mostly still off. Very strange. So no flooding has occurred yet. The rain is kind of just starting to move on in there. Yeah, it's just about to start. I don't know if maybe that could be why they went off, to try and get around and get in there.
See if I can see what they predict, how much rain they're supposed to get.
Very strange. Let's pull back out and see if there's anything. We have another medical chopper that just left Lexington and looks like it's heading down towards London. I don't know if maybe they're waiting to see like if they can search out an area before the rain starts. That'd be interesting. It's right there. I mean, it is just about to start. Still keeping an eye on the scanners, see when they pop back up. But now I'm interested because this helicopter, it's an air helicopter, but it...
It says they get up to between tomorrow and Sunday, they're expecting up to 3 to 4 inches of rain.
So between today and Sunday, about 3 to 4 inches of rain is what they're expecting. So this medical helicopter is coming from Lexington, but it didn't leave the hospital. It left the Aviation Museum of Kentucky, where they keep some of the planes and helicopters. And it's on its way somewhere right now. And I will pull out a little bit. I mean, it looks like it could be going to London. That could be something too. So we'll see where that one goes. Because for that to not leave the hospital, but to leave the hangar, that's kind of odd.
Yeah.
So for them to pull something out of the hangar and make it come down there, if it goes way past London or something like that, then I'll say it's probably not related. But this is kind of big. I'm thinking they're onto something here, because this is the first time they've done this since the incident occurred. They've never... Where are they? It looks like they're just north of... a little bit northeast of Lancaster. They just started continuing again. They're still a bit of ways away from London. Uh-oh. Watch out, there's a big jet coming. Look at, they're about to...
Luckily, hopefully they're at different heights.
Well, then also you've got two jets that are on a direct path. Oh, here's that air medical. It's back up. That's the one that left the hospital. Look at. And it's booking it.
Oh, that's one comes from Lexington, or is that the one that was at Pulaski?
They're both coming from Lexington. We've got one of the air medicals, that first PHI, and then we've got this one.
Like you said, you're hoping it's not another mass shooting or something. And they're funneling helicopters down.
I mean, they're not far from each. They're not real close to London, though.
Yeah.
Because London is all the way down at the bottom of the map here. They're up by Lancaster. So it could be something different, but why are they going to have two medical helicopters? If it's something that's a shooting, it's definitely, you know, multiple injuries. Let's see if that one's back flying. I mean, it's kind of difficult because I want to keep an eye on the London area, but those two helicopters are... Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with all this rain coming in, and it's definitely going to make having boots on the ground extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. Let me check Twitter real quick and see if there's anything. I doubt it.
There's nothing. I've been following Twitter. Yeah, there's nothing.
Kentucky State Police. No, I don't want to become a Kentucky State Trooper. I don't want to fill out this. No, I don't want. $67,500 plus benefits.
All about the benefits.
Y'all gonna have to pay me a lot more. Alrighty. Alright, now let me look up. Nope. Laurel. lot of people talking about the scanner being off. Let's see. There is something that someone posted saying, did Joseph Couch have a second vehicle? And they did bring in that Bloodhound team out of Illinois.
Hours ago, they had the exit 49 on 75 shut down, but then they opened it back up. So they back up towards the
It is eerily quiet. Very strange. Yeah, it will definitely be interesting to see what happens with the weather, because I remember that, you know, like we talked about the comparison of the two cases, Danilo definitely used the weather to his advantage. And I believe he tried to stay put during the day and move at night, or it was the opposite. But yeah, that was very interesting. Then Brian Landry went straight to the swamp to try to not be found, and kind of used that to his advantage too. I mean, there were talks that he went to his parents' house and they helped him, but let's see what's going on with these helicopters. They're still kind of separate, but a lot closer. They're just both hovering. Those two medical chapters, and they're really not that close at all to London. And they're kind of just not moving. I mean, look at that. They're just hovering.
Yeah, that's weird.
They're very close to each other, and they both took off from the hangar.
Yeah.
Almost like they know something is right in that area.
There's nothing on Facebook, but
Again, do I have a unit available that can assist with the translation?
And I'm going back and forth.
258 on the scene with EMS.
there's somebody posted a video. Oh, that's old.
240.
both helicopters are still right over two different parts of the woods. And I don't think they'd bring out the medical helicopters from the hangar to pick up a medical call and take them back to the hospital. I mean, by now, if it's a medical call, they got to get in within a certain amount of time.
Right.
Very strange.
66. Respond to 19130 group, 19130 group, sir. 2. FM run. No response for status check.
Did you make coffee? No. I mean, yeah, they're still just chilling there. They're not moving. And they're up in the air. So maybe they're using infrared or thermal. Let me see if I can see what height they're at.
Police reporting that his mother, his child, is armed with a knife and threatening to kill another female.
That says 3,400.
32. 9532. Sorry about that. Turn on my radio. Yeah, we're gonna be secure. Just give us a minute. President knows, and then we'll be clear.
They're both at 2,300 feet.
So they're at the same
25. 25. Priority 1 DDFA in progress at 14036. Hearing, I show you delayed and route. Just advise on the route from your assist.
That big jet is about to hit that helicopter. Oh no, they're okay. They cleared. Phew!
Pretty sure they're not at the same height.
Again, it switched me back to my city.
2355.
Yeah, that's almost, my sneezing is almost more terrifying than anything. Alright, so we're going to keep monitoring these two helicopters up and seeing if anything joins them. It's very, very strange, that's for sure.
Want me to play that video with the cousin or whatever? Or we can finish the-
Yeah, for now, let's just pull up that video. Hold on, I'm going to redo the map. Alright. So now these are getting a lot closer to each other. These two helicopters. So we can see London down at the bottom. We'll have those two helicopters up. I'm gonna keep playing around with the scanner. Tony's gonna pull up a video. Was that the one with the cousin?
Yeah, it's not very long.
Yeah, it's not very long. It's a quick video of media interviewing Joseph Couch's cousin. So let's watch that and see what information it gives us. I'll have Tony take over here, manning the mic, and we'll be back on, we'll be here, but we'll be back on to talk about that interview after. We'll switch out for a couple minutes, and yeah, I'm going to see what I can keep finding on the scanner and online, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes here.
reached day 6 of the manhunt, authorities are still combing through a large area to try to find Couch.
WKYT Samantha Valentino is live for us in Laurel County, where she joins us now. And Samantha, you talked to one of Couch's relatives today about the ongoing search and about what she felt when she heard about that shooting. Samantha, what can you tell us?
Amber, that's exactly right. As you all mentioned, we are now nearing the end of day 6 of this manhunt for mass shooting suspect Joseph Couch. We heard from Kentucky State Police and Governor Andy Beshear this morning. They said this search is in fact ongoing and there are no plans of stopping until Couch is found. And tonight, for the first time, we're also hearing from a member of Couch's own family. Tonight, we're talking to his cousin, Adriana Couch. What goes through your mind when you see that name, Joseph Couch, opened fire on I-75?
Honestly, my heart sunk. It was embarrassing.
Adriana Couch says she first learned of Saturday's mass shooting when she was flooded with messages from friends and family.
He's like, turn on the news, it's everywhere. And I turned it on, and it was like a manhunt looking for him.
Adriana says her heart immediately broke for the victims, their families, and anyone else affected by her cousin's alleged actions. Police say he opened fire along I-75 in Laurel County, injuring 5 people. Since then, Adriana says her family's lives have been flipped upside down.
We've had multiple police come to Grandma's house, Mom's house. They've been everywhere looking for this man.
Adriana says she's received death threats from strangers online. She says she wants people to understand her family does not condone what her cousin is accused of doing.
There's nothing in this world that he could do that could have led up to it to excuse the behavior that what he did. There's nothing.
If her cousin is watching, Adriana says she has a message for him.
I would ask you to please turn yourself in because you are very wrong for the actions that you've caused, and it's been a very embarrassment to the family that you've acted like this. And my heart goes out to everybody involved in this, and it honestly, it hurts.
And we're hearing that same message from law enforcement. They, too, would like to see Joseph Couch give up and turn himself in. However, they, of course, will not stop searching until he is found and police are able to finally serve that arrest warrant we know they have ready and waiting for him. Live in Laurel County, Samantha Valentino, WKYT.
So you kind of feel for that family. I mean, they're they're kind of the innocents. Not really. That's not the right way to put it. They're not the innocents in it, but the people's anger are being taken out towards them. And I agree, they're kind of a kooky family, and they had some really weird things happening to them. But you shouldn't take it out on the family. They unless they knew that he was going to do it or whatever. And which kind of, especially the mom. It sounds like she knew that he had some issues that need to be handled and didn't make him handle them or whatever. But it is definitely it's bad for the family that are kind of innocent in the whole thing. But again, if they knew what they knew and didn't know about him, it's none of us really know. So. But I thought that was an interesting interview. That was the first time any of the family has spoken out, other than the mother the night that it happened, and on Facebook when she was popping off and defending him. So we'll see what happens with the family. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the family after all this as well, and see what they know and what they didn't know. So we'll continue to monitor that too, because that could, at some point, if they knew what he was going to do or had the propensity to do, are they not just as responsible as he is because they didn't report him? Because he did have, can't remember how many days before that he got bonded out of jail for terroristic threats or whatever. They paid $1,000 to get him out of jail, but that was, I think, something to do with a dog or a neighbor's dog or something like that. So it's it'll be interesting to see how all this shakes out, even with the family and everybody else. Yeah, it is sad that people are sending them threats. It's yeah, people are crazy. I mean, the guy that did the shooting's crazy. The people in the world are crazy. It's just everything's just popping off. It's just people are losing their minds. And I mean, like we were saying earlier, the problem is when you have something like this happen, you start seeing all the other crazies come out the woodwork too with the school shootings, and they're saying every day that the schools are getting threats of something's going to happen in the schools. So it's just it's horrible, and it's not just in the London, Kentucky area. It's all over the country. So it's just like I said, it's crazy. So we're still monitoring those two medical helicopters. They're flying in line. They're going well west of London. They're going over Somerset right now, so I don't know exactly where they're going. We'll continue to follow them, but it doesn't look like it's anything related to Joe Couch, so we'll continue to watch. And the scanners are all still off, so we're kind of been down now for, what, close to an hour?
I can't give out this source because it's a person.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, unfortunately, I'm unfortunate to be in this position, but I've known Joe and certain family members of his for the past 3 years. I'm here to tell you that Joe is alive and well. I don't know where he is, but I know he's alive. He would constantly go with his brother, and they'd go off the grid. That was what they did for vacations.
Mm-hmm.
And they would camp, live off the land, hunt, do animals. They taught themselves everything they need to know about survival. And I guess one of their favorite tools that they found was something called a life straw.
Oh yeah, that's
where you don't have to boil water. So that is what I heard from somebody that knows him and his family. It's speculation.
So from a source that's in London, Kentucky, they're saying a little more about Joseph Couch, and we don't know if this is how reliable this source is or anything like that. But they said that Joe and his brother, that was what they, for fun or a hobby, they would go out and do survival stuff in the woods. And they would go out for several days and try to see how long they could survive out in the woods. So they said that they're close to the family, and that per their source with the family, that he's still alive. Now again, whether that's true or not, we don't know. But it sounds like they said that they're familiar with survival tools like the life straw. Which, if you're not familiar with the life straw, it would be it's something where you don't have to boil water from a river or even a mud puddle. Even the water it filters the water some way. I haven't seen one up close, but it somehow filters the water, and you drink through the straw, and that way you don't have to have a pot or anything to boil the water. You can just supposedly can drink contaminated water and still survive. So it sounds like if it's all true, that he's well fit for what's going on right now. So he may be hunkered down somewhere, and we just don't know where he's at. Yeah, the life straw is very portable. It's small. I think if I remember right, it'll fit in your pocket. So, yeah, it's a nice little tool to have when you go camping. In this case, it may be helping him survive. I don't know, because I mean, if he had that, he could survive. He could drink water in caves and stuff like that, and not have to worry about parasites and bacteria and stuff. So, it sounds like he's well equipped for this hide and seek mission that he has right now. Yeah, the cousin didn't seem to be very well versed in what she should have said. I agree with you. It would have been more effective to say all the victims survived, turn yourself in so nobody else is harmed. I agree with you there. It's she just seemed. To be quite honest with you, I was surprised that she did that interview. I figured the whole family would be on radio silent, but
but the family, the ones that get along. The ones that don't get along with the other family, it's Hatfields and McCoy.
Right, you'll never know with the family who gets along with everybody else, and it may be like a Hatfield and McCoy type situation. So you never know. But I mean, I can also see her point. If people are threatening her and stuff, you know, you won't get it out there. Look, I had nothing to do with this dude, and you know, please just leave us alone. And you know, try to if she could convince him to turn himself in. But you know, I don't think that's gonna turn himself in. At this point, I don't believe it's going to be an option. Whether they'll either have to catch him or he'll end up killing himself whenever they find where he's hiding at. If he's even still in this area, it's like we were talking about earlier. He could be in Mexico by now. Who knows? I mean, you know, it doesn't take long to if you find the right source and he jumps on, like he gets to a truck stop or something and finds a trucker that's willing to, you know, give him rides, and you know, he could daisy chain his way across the country and truck and semis until he got to the Mexican border. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen that, but people at chat says that people in the hop trains watch videos of people at hop trains, and one of the things they bring with them is the life straw. So, yeah,
And then,
there you go.
know,
I mean,
like I said, him and his brother, this used to be what they do on the weekends.
right, and if that's what him and his brother did on the weekends, the survival stuff. Hell, who knows? His brother may have helped him get on a train or helped him get out of town. The strange thing is him leaving the car right there on that little trail that close to where the shooting happened and leaving the gun there. It's if he was going to kill himself, and everybody wants to keep using the theory he killed himself. Well, if he's going to kill himself, why wouldn't he just kill himself there? I mean, you know, so you know, it's almost like he left that cookie crumb there so he could, you know, he had a car waiting or something. So you don't know who helped him. Yeah, you can walk. Mexico's the Wild West. You can walk in there without an ID, passport. Look how many come across the border into the United States. If they can find a way into the United States, I'm sure he can find a way into Mexico the same route that he may pass them as he's going back across to where they're coming across at. So it's yeah, it could be he could be in Mexico very quickly. Yeah, like you said, yeah, I've seen people. You said you've done it, and I've seen people do it. Go into Mexico. I mean, the border patrol is a little lackluster. I think it always has been a little bit lackluster. But you know, go across. The Red River? I think it is that he. You know.
He only got along with his brother Matt and his dad.
Allie said that she read a report that he only got along with his mother and his brother Matt. So. And his father.
And him didn't have a good relationship.
Oh, the mother and him didn't have a good relationship. It was the brother Matt and his dad that he had to go.
That's why he threatened to go harm his family.
Oh, and that's why he threatened to go harm his family.
Or they said he was going to harm them.
Or at least they said he was going to harm them. Wow, they do scan you with a metal detector, huh? I didn't even know they would even do that. They don't want you bringing a knife in, but other than that, they'll take your knife away from you, or a gun away from you. But other than that, you come on in. I mean, if he got to Mexico or somewhere like that, you'll never find him. He'll end up in a Mexican jail or dead, or may live successfully down there. Who knows? So those two helicopters flew down to Somerset to the hospital, like they hovered there, and now they're taking off going towards London now. Very odd.
How many do we have?
So. Still very interesting what these helicopters are doing. Now they're headed towards London. They went to Somerset, and then they're making a turn, a 90-degree turn to go to London. one of them is anyway. The other one seems to be still hovering over Somerset for some reason. Yeah, he is definitely an average Joe. And you know what? I was looking at pictures on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, before I came over here to the microphone. And every picture of him looks different. There's a picture of him flexing his arm.
That's the one that's supposedly his brother.
Oh,
That looks just like. I mean, that's why I said they look like twins.
Right. Apparently his brother looks almost identical to him.
Are they gonna? Did they fingerprint the brother? That's not him.
Right. I mean, I don't know if they've checked the brother, because the brother kind of has a corrupted background too. So I don't know. Every picture you see him, he looks different. Yeah, he's his best. You're right. His best disguise is not needing one. I mean, the picture of him with the beard versus the picture of him without the beard looks completely like a different person. And sometimes his face looks rounder, because I also saw a picture where I guess when he was a dispatcher, he won some type of award, and they did an article on him, and they had a picture of him accepting the award, and he looked like he was a lot heavier, and his face was a lot rounder. And then you see pictures of him, and his face is thin. So, right, every photo of him looks different. You're right. His best disguise is being him. It's like he's a master of disguise. He might be the new 007.
There's nothing worse than a wet couch. Sorry, comedian.
I don't need any hack comedy. Hacka. She said there's nothing worse than a wet couch. Ugh.
The rain is coming in. That's why comedians are not also media broadcasters.
Right?
The thing that's concerning is he has a child with his baby mama. That poor baby.
Yeah, he's building the name. It's no longer Florida man. It's also Kentucky man.
You know, but if this is something him and his brother did, if they don't want to be found, they weren't found.
All right.
They did this without.
I mean, if they practice this as a hobby, I mean, the only way you're gonna find him is if he makes a mistake or somebody turns him in. I think, but. And welcome, Kyle. We're glad to have you here. I hope you, and if you have any questions or if there's anything we can answer for you, we'll be glad to do it. My wife will be back over. She's much better at the microphone than I am, but I do the technical stuff. But
And you get rid of the geese.
yeah, at least tonight's more exciting than last night. There's no rogue geese or stolen mailboxes, but it's not 2:40. It's not 2:44 in the morning yet, so there's still time somebody to steal a mailbox like last night. But that chopper is moving. They're supposedly medical choppers, but they're doing all kinds of weird. Well, one of them landed at the Somerset. I guess that's. I think that must be an airport. One of them landed at Somerset Airport, and then the other one's flying over to Daniel Boone Forest toward London. So, yeah, that's the one of them landed at Somerset Lake Cumberland Regional Airport, and then the other one is leaving that airport, and it looked like they were going towards London, but now they're flying.
Hold on. I have an update, I think.
We have a possible update.
Yes! We're back! Their scanners are still down. I got in.
The scanners are still down
It
on.
told me, welcome, Officer Blank. I don't know.
It looks like the free scanners are still down, but the one that we have, because my wife is a firefighter, that's not a free scanner, is back up. So she'll be back over here in a minute with the scanner, so we can listen in, see if anything's going on. So apparently whatever had them down, whether it was the weather or if they thought they had something, I don't know, but they appear to be back up.
Alright, I've got one more gummy.
So we'll continue, and she'll be back over here with the scanner in just a minute, and then
There's nothing so far.
there's nothing so far. It just came back up, so at least they're no longer offline. So
We're moving in a couple weeks. Next week or two. We'll have to drive right through there. If they don't find him yet, maybe we'll do a on the ground report.
yeah, I don't know where this helicopter, these medical helicopters tonight have literally been everywhere.
And they might be using them just for the fact that they can throw a camera on.
Well, one of them landed at Somerset Airport, and then this one flew over Somerset, and it looked like it was going to the London airport now.
And they both came from the hangar. None of them came from the hospital.
Right.
They went from the hospital back to the hangar, then were taken back out.
All right. I don't know. That's very weird.
They did, I have here, they had an emergency alert. There was a shooting all over. That's why they took it down.
Shooting all over.
Laurel County.
They took it down because there was a message. There's a message that they took the scanner down because there was a shooting.
They had an emergency alert go out.
They had an emergency alert go out for a shooter in Laurel County, so that's why they took the scanners down. It still doesn't make any sense to me why they take the scanners
and you know,
down.
MREs are very, very light. You could fit a month worth of MREs in a backpack.
Right, if he's aware of life straws and stuff, I have no doubt he has MREs. But you know, the weird thing is we can't get a straight answer whether he had military service or no military service. I mean,
we got that tweet from the Kentucky National Guard spokesperson, which was kind of
all right.
very brief and blunt.
The Kentucky National Guard swore he wasn't a part of the National Guard, but you have people like in the family and stuff that said he had military background. This whole story has been so convoluted that it's crazy. Well, now it is going down. The helicopter's turning, going towards London again. It like swung out over Daniel Boone National Forest and kind of below London. And then
So here's the situation. There was a hostage negotiation. They had SWAT hostage negotiation there. There's a male suspect. One female suspect was taken to the hospital.
Okay, they had per the scanner reports. When they took the scanner down, there was a male shooter and a female that was taken to the hospital. So I don't know if they suspected it was him. I mean, I think every shooter or anything like that they suspect is him anymore.
It could still be.
And it still could be him. I mean, there's nothing that says that it's not him, but
There was an apartment shooting.
it was an apartment shooting. So whatever happened, again, it could still be him, I guess, but it doesn't sound like it was him. But they thought it might be.
It's 12:25. This is when it picked up. I still think he left the cell phone behind on purpose, and I don't think he is in there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he did a lot of things between leaving the AR-15 and the car and the cell phone behind with, like we talked about earlier, with how he took the battery, unless he broke the phone, because cell phone, unless it's an older smartphone, you can't take batteries out of them anymore unless you break them pretty much or pry them apart. So I don't know. I think he left little stuff behind to make them think that something happened to him, or I mean, I don't know. He's definitely nobody's fool. He knows what he's doing. I mean, like we were saying earlier about the survival skills. This is like almost like a game to him. Like he's something he's been playing with his brother, practicing for years. So it looks like the medical helicopter now is going to the London airport. Which is weird, because it swung over the top of the Somerset airport before it made its way over to the London airport, and the second one landed at the Somerset airport. Especially since they both flew back from Lexington together and flew together to Somerset and dropped one helicopter off another. Before they went to the other one went to the London airport. So it is raining. It's raining heavy in Kentucky now. I know the radar shows it up there on the Windy app that it looks like it's starting to get there. It sounds like as closer you get to daybreak, the more rain is going to come. It's looking like 2 or 3 inches the next couple of days. So I'm going to give the main microphone back to my wife. Like I said, she's far better at this than me, but I'll be available for any questions if you need anything.
Alrighty. Well, I'm pretty happy I got back into the scanner. That makes me happy. Welcome in, if you're just joining us.
Yeah, you're Kyle, if you look at the chat.
Kyle, nice to have you in here. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so you're real close to all the happening stuff. Lucky you. No, but all seriousness, stay safe. What we've been noticing is at night, right around 12:20, 12:35, it pops off. Last night, the biggest breaking story, a lot of crazies that were calling in, a lot of people that were just scared, a lot of paranoia, but also a lot of people that just saw suspicious looking people. So we had a lot of calls like that last night, but the biggest breaking thing we had was at 2:45 in the morning. A male called in to say somebody stole his mailbox.
And there were some rogue geese.
But boy, was he upset about that. That mailbox, woo! I don't know if he made that or someone made it for him, but he was very hurt about that mailbox. So let me see what's going on with those helicopters. But yeah, we haven't seen helicopter activity at night. It's been quiet at night as far as the helicopters go. Oh, I don't see that one.
Yeah, well, I think the second one landed at the London airport. The first one landed at the Somerset airport.
Well, the other one by the London airport,
it's still going.
It's still going. It could turn around. It's real close to it, so it could be turning around.
Yeah.
But it's kind of just right nearby it.
Right.
But no calls are coming in on the scanner.
It flew directly down to the Somerset airport with that second helicopter before it made its way over there.
Yeah, oh, there it went. I think it landed at the London airport because it's gone now. I'll zoom back and see if I see them pop up. So, Kyle, I know you just came in here, so I'll kind of give you a little bit of kind of what we're using. There are other people covering this story. Thank you for choosing us. a lot of people are using the same types of things we are, such as the flight radar. I'm sure people have weather apps going. We are not using a source like Broadcastify. The scanner I have running is on my phone, and I believe they have like a free version that has ads play like every minute or so, something crazy like that. But there's a paid version where you don't get ads. And then there's also a version I have that is for law enforcement officers and first responders. And certain counties or cities can utilize it. It's something that the city budget pays for, or even just that department, whether it's a county or whatnot. And it's for us to go in and listen like a regular one of those old time, CB scanner radios that people could keep in their homes. And this is a little bit easier because if it's for our department, like if I'm in the fire department, so I get all fire calls that are directly related to me. So even if I'm not working, if there's like a 5-alarm fire, anything over a 3-alarm fire or a box fire, they can call us directly, and a really loud, it sounds just like a klaxon, a really loud alarm goes off, and it means I'm getting a citywide alert. If I'm being called by somebody at my station and I'm listening to another scanner, I'll either get the notification or it'll switch over to that and I'll hear the call come in. It hasn't happened in a while. But I can get in using my badge number even when they go offline. So when Broadcastify would go off and it would stop streaming Broadcastify, I was still able to listen in, and all these other people are having issues because they're just using the free streaming Broadcastify signal, and I was using one where they can't kick me out. Tonight was the first time they shut down. They went completely offline. So even people that work in Laurel County, like if they were out there for 14 hours during the day today and they're at home and they're listening, it would have cut it out for them as well. So for the people that are working right now, if they needed to make a phone call to somebody, they could always do it just using cell phones. And they have one person who's more of like the in charge person, but they didn't want anything going over dispatch. Usually for really big events like bomb threats or terrorist threats or terrorist activity or like big manhunts, stuff like that, some political stuff, they'll be able to go quiet for a little bit just because they don't want people hearing that there's a situation. They want to get in there and get it secured, get the scene safe and secured before people start flocking down there to get media coverage or whatnot of it. But this was the first night they took it offline completely, so we knew something was going on when that happened. That was absolutely strange, and I think that a lot of these calls are just as scary because even when they don't sound like it's Joseph Couch or related to him, there's been a lot of calls we got last night of someone thought they heard gunfire. It could be people that are shooting off their guns to say, hey, we have guns here. Don't try to come into this house. It could be that they see somebody suspicious and they're afraid. I mean, it's just terrifying for those people. And I feel like they're just as confused and feeling left alone and in the dark as all of us, and we're not even in Kentucky. So that's incredibly sad, incredibly scary, but I'm just really hoping for good to come out of this, which is that, it's only going to strengthen the state, it's only going to strengthen the county and the city, so they can make the changes they need to, and hopefully, they can get some plans put in place, and hopefully they find this guy, whether he's alive or he's passed. I'm sure the family wants answers as much as anyone, so it'll be interesting. But it's very, very weird because like at night we've got non-stop calls on the scanner. And we've listened to like follow through, but very strange that we had those 2 airplanes or helicopters come up and land in weird areas right before they turned off the scanner and went offline. But even about a half hour, 40 minutes before they did that, we saw a helicopter book it from Lexington, Kentucky, all the way down to the east of I-75 in Laurel County and London. And they were in between, they were by like Urban and, I know it's not Mayberry, but why do I keep thinking Mayberry? That's not it. I know that's not it. Marydell, that was it. it was a Marydell and Urban, and there was nothing but little churches like scattered around, but there was like no main road, and they dropped down into the woods right in between Marydell and Urban, where there was like nothing, and that's not where we've seen the helicopters during the day. Very, very strange. And then we see them tonight. Yeah, the scanner, when it's on, you hear nothing but like a faint static. And then the static only stops when someone talks through the radio. I try to keep it away from the mic as far as I can, because it's just annoying that you guys just hear a faint static. Luckily, it's not as loud as it could be. And then when they start talking, I try to bring it a little closer. It is hard to hear. You know, I'm used to listening over scanners, but obviously I know places in my city. I know streets. I mean, there's not a place in my city I'm not aware of, and I'm in a major city. Major city. So, it's quite easy for me. And people say we have accents, but I really don't think we do. I'm from the Midwest, and I really don't think we have accents. I think we're pretty easy to understand. But definitely in the South, it's a little bit harder, especially more, it's not even just the accent, it's more in Kentucky, there's that drawl, and they kind of push the words together more. So it's definitely difficult to understand. Tony is Southern, and he's got the thick Southern accent, and gosh, sometimes I can't even understand him. I hope his vows to me said something about he loves me and he'll always be with me, because I don't know half of what he said in his wedding vows, but it's just a joke. But yeah, it's very, their accents there are very, very thick. Very thick. And I think sometimes they try to be rushed on the radio depending on the call. I heard somebody that was trying to be super rushed on a call earlier, and unfortunately it just, they couldn't speak fast enough, and they spoke too clear, and we could hear perfectly what the call was, and unfortunately it was a 1-month-old female that had stopped breathing. So that was not, sometimes it's a blessing to not be able to understand them. Sometimes, most of the times I can piece it together. If they give out the 10 codes, it saves me so much time, because those are pretty well known. They're pretty, most of them are all the same. Highway Patrol uses some different ones. Some smaller cities or counties do. But for the most part, they're pretty much the same. I do have a list, but it's up to how often the department updates them. I don't know how I got back into the scanner earlier. It said Laurel County, of course, so I clicked it and wanted to see if it would go in. And then all of a sudden it went in, and it said Officer blank, which I don't know what city he's with, if he's with London or Laurel County, but it thought I was him. And I gotta say, our badge numbers aren't that different. Only 2 that are switched. Yeah. I don't know if I typed something in wrong. I don't know, but it just let me in. But I think the free version on Broadcastify has started to go up too. So whatever that situation was, it must have either turned out to not be related to this or they handled it. There's always a chance it could be Mr. Couch, too. And, yeah, no. I haven't heard anything. It was weird that they didn't go to a hospital. They went to the airport, but... I mean, they've been coming out of the hangar in Lexington. We've had some medical helicopters come from... I think Louisville might have had one or two. Not often. Mostly it's just Lexington. And then we've had an Army helicopter come up from Frankfurt. But that was, I want to say, like Wednesday during the day in the afternoon.
Late this afternoon, they had that state police
helicopter. Yep. They've also during the day had the Kentucky State Police helicopter up there quite a lot.
Kind of northwest of London for a long time, and then went back to Lexington.
Very weird. Okay, so Cincinnati. Yeah, I'm not from Ohio, but I'm from a city that doesn't get along well with Columbus. We try not to put our stuff out there, but there's, I talked a little bit about last night, there's clues around the channel. People will ping it eventually, and if they get it right, we don't care. I mean, it's a big city, but, yeah, we're more, I like Cincinnati. We've actually stayed there many times as we drove through Ohio. Columbus is the only place in Ohio we avoid. Which, I don't know if there's any more football fans in the chat right now, but we were going to run a poll tomorrow if there's no other news about this case, but Kentucky is supposed to play Georgia on Saturday in Kentucky, and I know that they can move the game to a later date, or they could even try to make it a home game for Georgia and be away. And Tony played professional football, so he knows that they've done this in the past, but not really for a manhunt situation like this. And I just don't see how you could have a bunch of college kids packed into, you know, a football field, an arena, and play a game and everyone feels safe.
Right now for ESPN, it's still on at 7:30 Saturday night. Yeah.
They finalized Sharon Moore's contract. The first two games he wasn't on a contract.
Yeah.
And now they finalized Sharon Moore's contract. That's good. MSU has a better record than us right now.
Well,
you're going to go to a different big house if you keep talking like that. You're going to go to the same big house as Joseph Couch if you keep that up. Better say go blue before I shoot daggers at you. Yeah, I mean, they're closing some schools, but I'm shocked. I mean, I saw a lot of people on social media saying they have kids or grandkids or nieces and nephews that go to University of Kentucky, and it's like, that's got to be terrifying. It's not that far. What is this?
Let's see if it closes.
Look at this. This medical helicopter took off from Louisville at 12:26 a.m. and it's up here in between Louisville. Oh, it left Louisville. Okay. Where is it going? It's going towards Frankfurt. Strange. Very weird stuff. I mean, you know,
Looks like everything, all the closings that we saw last night, right now are the only closings.
So yeah, it's still the 5 counties that are closed?
It's the exact same list as last night.
And well, I guess Laurel County would have to be, right?
And this is from Lexington, Kentucky news station. Laurel County is not in that list for whatever reason. Oh yeah, it is. There it is. Okay.
Oh! I totally forgot about that scanner.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. 12:44 a.m. And what did I say? Just like last night and the night before. Here we go. It's popping off. The call that just came through, I'm going to turn it down because they're going to be giving out the address. A female called saying that there's a suspicious male trying to get in her home and he keeps moving the back door and trying to get in and shaking the door handle. They're gonna go out there and see, but very strange. So I'll keep that scanner up and see what happens with that. I'm still hoping we figure out the mystery of the mailbox.
Yeah.
I mean, why that? I mean, you've got it. Even if you don't have cable television or internet, even if no emergency alert system went out, you've got to hear all the sirens and the helicopter, and eventually after 5 days you'll hear something. But even if you didn't, let's say he was hard of hearing and heard not one siren or chopper in the air, why are you gonna call at 2:44 in the morning saying someone stole your mailbox?
Well, I may have figured out the geese, apparently not to get political, but Trump said today the Haitians are also eating geese. That may be where the geese went.
So we figured out where the story about the Canadian geese came from last night. The one that randomly started playing, which was apparently, political figure in our government blamed Haitian people for now eating Canadian geese.
Along with cats and dogs.
Which, if they're eating Canadian geese, anybody in Michigan will tell you, please, we'll give you money to do it. Those geese are horrible.
That's the problem. They ain't got geese out there looking for cows. The geese are mean.
Yeah, I saw one. He looked pretty darn cute. I said, can I pet you? I was up at the university, and I was like, can I pet you? And I walked over to him, and then he started squawking, and he tried to bite me. What's with animals biting me?
I don't know. So yeah, it's Clay County's closed tomorrow. East Bernstadt Independence closed tomorrow. Jackson County is on virtual learning. Knox County's closed tomorrow. Laurel County's closed tomorrow. Redbird Christian School
is Pulaski County on there? Pulaski?
No.
Pulaski?
Whitley County is closed tomorrow, and Williamsburg Independence closed tomorrow.
And the last time we pulled up those traffic cameras, because remember those traffic cameras, they took them all down the same time as they took off these scanners. And those started to come back up, but there was nothing. Can you fix my flight, right?
Yeah.
But there.
When we pull those traffic cameras back up?
If you see something, but I doubt there's anything.
All we would see is
10. So in about 20 minutes here, like around 1:10, 1:15 is when they start doing radio checks. And then around 2:15 is when they've been starting to swap people out. I know that's kind of an odd time for shift change, but I don't think they're running normal shifts right now. So they're working on that. And we've got to find out. I mean, we don't talk a lot about politics on here, but you did mention that if this is running near for the governor or something like that, or even that mayor. I mean, that could get dicey. And no matter what's going on with the election, you usually have a governor, even somebody in office or that's running for office, doesn't matter. Usually they say there's no place here in the U.S. for senseless violence or something like that. They're at least making it known that they're aware of this situation and their hearts go out to the victims and their families, and you appreciate all the work from volunteers and law enforcement.
You asked earlier, too, speaking of politicians, that when the emergency manager...
Yeah, so when did that emergency manager leave?
Based on what I saw on the internet, that he was fired sometime back in May, late May.
Okay.
So it's been a while.
So he was... Okay, so if he was fired, if the emergency manager of Laurel County or the city of London, whatever it is, if that emergency manager was fired in May... This happened in September. You're telling me from May to September you haven't hired a new emergency manager? Okay.
And ironically enough, the emergency manager before that emergency manager was fired for embezzling money, apparently. So.
Well, regardless of why the guy was fired before this guy got fired,
right.
I mean, I can see if it being a smaller town that they might not be able to get a new person in, or they're training them or transitioning, but you still have to have an interim person in place. Something can't happen and you can't all look at each other and go, who's going to take on this title?
Well, there's got to be more people in that area that have to be trained in the emergency plan. It can't just be that guy. I mean, whether it's the police chief or fire chief.
Right. There's still and you know, I know that Judge Westerfield, David Westerfield, stepped up and was the one that was in charge of, you know, putting out the state of emergency and stuff like that. But what I'm now asking myself is, let's not even deal with the emergency manager. How about when the media asks Scottie Pippen, not Scottie Pippen.
I don't think Scottie Pippen works for London, Kentucky.
Kentucky State Trooper Scottie Pennington. Yeah. Well, you know, they ask him a question, and then he looks over at the captain of the London County Police, or the London Police. And then he comes and answers. And then somebody asks the captain of the police department a question, and he looks at Scottie, and then Scottie comes up. I mean, law enforcement is supposed to work with each other. Everyone's supposed to have the same information. Let me see what's going on the scanner. A welfare check.
It was almost like the mayor of London. The mayor of London was more interested in making videos, putting out false information about they knew where he was.
And he did a video from his kitchen.
Right. But it didn't bother to contact the governor about a state of emergency. So it's just, it seems like a lot of people drop the ball.
Doing just a welfare check. So we're at about the time of night where it starts really popping off on the scanner. Unless there's a solid lead or something, I doubt we'll see anything on the flight radar, but I will keep checking for sure.
If things slow down there, we'll start looking other places.
Ooh, that flight landed early. I'm just just checking out flights that landed in Detroit, making sure everyone got safely to Detroit. Why? Just 'cause.
So we did have that shooting this morning in Broomfield, Colorado, which we covered this morning a little bit. We weren't actually on talking about it, but I did play the live footage from it. I guess that female hostage died. The person shot her, and then I guess the guy was shooting at the police, and I guess it doesn't say whether he died or not. It just seems like it's like we were talking about earlier, we got a lot of crazies out there. It just seems to be stuff popping off all over the country now. I don't know if it's just getting more coverage now, but ironically this didn't get much coverage in London. So.
Run number 8660, 8660. Tom's going to be 0053.
Huh. I think I might have stumbled on something interesting. Well, I didn't think that would be put out, but it's something.
Usually a lot of times though they'll tell people that.
Not if there was a call of a tip or a threat. Right. So. If you've been hanging out with us for a while and just watching and trying to figure out these mysteries with us, we appreciate having you here. If there's anything that you'd like to have us pull up, or anything that you heard about, whether it's related to this or something else, or in your state, or someone mentioned earlier about, the railways, and we pulled up the railway map. We're still going to try to get a schedule for those trains in that area. But, yeah, any questions or comments, we definitely would like to hear it. If you'd be so kind, give us a like, or even subscribe to us, hit a notification so you know when we go live. We're going to try to cover all breaking news, not just this situation in Kentucky. We are going to try to do everything we can, at least for the next few months, as things get a little hectic and crazy, and it's a crazy time. All the eyes in the world are on us right now, so we'll try to keep covering as much as we can. And let me tell you, I mean, we've got another stream we do, just playing a game with some friends, and I've got a comedy stream I do for a radio show or podcast, but this is something different. I mean, we like doing this. I've never been the type to want to really watch the news. I got to the point where, first of all, it kind of sucks hearing nothing but negative shit day after day. And the other thing was just, I started to not be able to trust what I was being told. I would find new information on my own, or I'd hear conflicting reports. And it was things that directly applied to me, whether it was my fire department or whether it was something military related. You know, I'm a veteran, but when I was in the military, anything that happened in the world could technically affect me in many ways. And I ended up deploying 3 times. I was in Iraq twice and Afghanistan once. And we are facing more uncertainty as things go on. So, even things like elections we'll cover. We just don't want to, you know, attack politicians. We aren't going to tell people our political views because we're not going to expect anybody to have to tell us, you know, we care if people tell us their political views, but we want everyone to feel safe. And that's why we started this, is not just to get information out there, but not everyone has a support system. There's a lot of scary times, and if people can come into our chat, I mean, I've seen it in the community I'm in for my podcast and my comedy group, and, you know, people came into the community and I thought they'd just be cool to talk to during the stream, but they've become lifelong friends. And when we do, you know, live comedy shows and we get to meet these fans, it feels like seeing our best friend that we haven't seen in a long time. And we're from all over the world. I mean, we're in as far as England, Australia, Ireland. So it's nice just to kind of all have that common bond of these are scary times. I don't care where you live. You can't say you live in a safe place. The world's not a safe place. But it will be safer if we have not only our backs, but each other's. And we've got to start... Okay, they're just doing a check-in. It's right around 1. Why do they do these radio check-ins right at 1? I don't know. It takes away from other calls, to be honest. They could split it up by sections. But yeah, we just wanted to do this so that way not only could we report on things, but so that people could find other people in their community that live near them or other people that are going through a rough time, and we can all be there for each other. But we're definitely open to any theories you might have. We want to hear them. Nothing that we speculate on means it's the truth. We're just throwing out all these different theories, and that's ultimately what everyone's doing. Even the law enforcement officers, because I don't think they really even know, or else we'd have more information. But tomorrow should be fun. I really hope you join us tomorrow as well. We're not getting off or anything, but I really do hope that you guys join us tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to take what has happened since this shooting occurred and what information. So we're going to look at the timeline. We're going to look at the information we've been given by law enforcement at the pressers. We're going to talk about the evidence they say they have so far, such as the cell phone, the AR, the ammunition, the car, which is that silver car that they have. The fact that that car was found with a flat tire, like it had been ditched because of the flat tire. The fact that nobody has a positive ID of him, though they could see the gunfire. At least one man could, that he was shot, I think, in the arm or something, and he was positioned with the woman that had been shot in the face. And he could see the fire, but no person. The black SUV, we also want to cover that because that's considered to be the possible second vehicle or a vehicle aiding in this. We want to get a little more information on that, and we want to just see other reports we can find. sometimes the best things we have found have been from people in Kentucky that happen to know the family of Joseph Couch or Joseph Couch himself. And that's what we want to report on tomorrow. Obviously, we're not going to disclose family members' names. There have been people on YouTube that have reached out to the family, and we're not saying that's okay to do or that's not okay to do. We're not judging anyone that has done that. It's just we don't want other people to get that idea, and I don't think any of you would. You guys all seem really, really cool, and I mean, we thank you for being here. And if you stuck with us yesterday through our little blooper reel as we tried to figure stuff out, that was fun. We were glad we could do that with you, and you guys stuck around. But obviously our channel is small. We just started this yesterday, and our only promise to you guys is that we will get better and better. And if there's anything that you can come up with that you saw on another stream that you think would be cool to see on ours, anything we can do to make things better for you, even if it's a comment about the sound or anything, just let us know. And Tony doesn't sleep until he gets things figured out. He had a tough time after last night's stream because he just kept thinking of ways he could make it better for today. So we're always going to strive to be better. I am in no way, shape, or form a professional media person or reporter. I'm just a sarcastic former military / comedian / firefighter. Nothing I do makes any sense and doesn't fit with each other, but I've just kind of always been an adrenaline person. I'm not the type of comedian that can sit there and think of jokes that will be funny. I've tried stand-up. I've done okay with it. It's not my cup of tea. Where I excel is by getting audience feedback. And improv is all audience-related games. And I don't think I'm a funny person unless I'm just commenting. I feed off of the energy I'm given. And I talked a bit about this last night when we kind of introduced ourselves. Tony, my partner, he's got the same type of personality as me. He's funny, sarcastic, but he's got one thing I don't. He's absolutely brilliant. He's the smartest person I know besides my father, and if he doesn't know something, he'll admit it, but then he's gonna figure it out, and he won't stop till he does. He's very, very committed, very, very smart. And I'm more of the adrenaline junkie. Though I don't like adrenaline. That's all I've done. So my background, I started doing comedy, working with an improv comedy group out of Chicago. I would go to Chicago and live there in the summers and do improv comedy on weekends when I was in high school. Then I got a full ride scholarship to play for Boston University, to play hockey. And on my signing day, instead of signing my scholarship to commit to Boston, I signed on a different dotted line. And I committed to the Army and play for Uncle Sam. So I did that. Don't ask me why. To this day, I still don't know. And I became a combat medic. Not by choice, but that was exciting. I wanted to do something medical, and then I got put in a combat role. I had 3 deployments. I got injured on my 3rd and last deployment in Afghanistan, and got medically discharged. Once I got my shoulder replacement and all that fun stuff, I thought, well, I'll just finish up medical school, and while I do that, I'll join the fire department. So I joined my city's fire department, and I come from a long line of firefighters. My dad is the only one that's not a firefighter. And then joined the fire department just until I was done with med school. Passed my boards, became an emergency and trauma physician's assistant, and couldn't leave the fire department. And here I am. And then started taking a break when I got diagnosed with cancer. And as I recovered, I just kind of, and as I went through chemo and all that, I started getting back into comedy, working with my comedy theater, and then I started working for a podcast. It's kind of like radio broadcast, but also part podcast, part stream. We do live shows. We go around the whole U.S. That's a check-in. So, yeah, I'm kind of all over the place. They're just doing more check-ins on the radio. But, yeah, I've just kind of been all over the place. And, oh, Kyle, you're welcome. Thank you. Not a lot of people these days acknowledge the military as much anymore. We're seeing it less and less, which is okay. I get it, but it is nice to be appreciated. That's very, very sweet of you. So yeah, my comedy podcast. I mean, my husband Tony, he goes in there as well. Like I said, very, very different. It's more of like a Howard Stern type vibe, as far as just different types of jokes, that type of feel. But yeah, just kind of all over the place, you know. Kind of like this investigation with old Joey C. Come on, Joey. Give it up. Give it up, my man. Alright, I'm going to check these two helicopters.
Don't forget our third mic, our cat.
Yes, our third mic is Forrest. Yes, you. He's loud and annoying, and don't feel obligated to listen to his views. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Yes, I know. I'm insulting you. And then I had another helicopter and it just disappeared. Gosh darn it. It was right up near Lexington. I didn't know if it was going to come down here. Oh, and this other one is gone. Oh, no, there it is. But that's right on the border of Tennessee. Oh, they're going to Gatlinburg. It's a private plane. Enjoy Dollywood. Okay. You know, I hope we get stream sniped. I mean, people stream snipe comedy streams all the time. If I could just get one person to stream snipe and come through the audio and be like, hi, when I like say something over the radar.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I get lucky and the dispatch talks back. And then I feel like people are responding back to me. So while they're doing these check-ins, if you guys want to hear a funny call, this came out earlier, and I think it made me kind of come up with this idea of doing a segment. Let us know if you guys think it would be fun. A segment where we do like our own version of On Patrol or Live PD, but we come onto YouTube if we can find clips, and we'll have clips that we find on the internet, or we'll have it where people can send in clips that they find, and we'll also go on to the lifetime scanner and we'll just check out different cities, what's happening, listening for interesting calls. I'm gonna find one we played earlier that was very, very funny. Very funny. Oh, what city was it?
Baltimore. You're talking about the one with the medics on the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Baltimore.
Whoops. Alright. Baltimore. Oh, here it is. That was 7 hours ago. Alright, so this isn't the funny one I found, but this is from 7 hours ago. A call that came over the Laurel County scanner about an airplane crash. Oh, possible. Here's another Laurel County. Did he say 10:15 with a bear? Listen, it'll replay.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like he said.
It sounded like he said I'm 10:15 with a bear. I'm trying to find examples of these funny dispatch calls. Oh, wow. Not wearing any pants.
Party is now saying that he sees an Indian chief and SWAT team people.
Here's another call.
Be advised, party is now saying that he sees an Indian chief and SWAT team people.
This guy sees an Indian chief and SWAT team.
Where was the one where the constipated guy was?
I'm looking. I'm going through the clipped ones, but this was 4 hours ago in Colorado.
Gabby, and units en route to CU per 804. The party is on the field on the 40-yard line. He's on the field. Their downrange is going to be eastbound.
This guy was over on the 40-yard line waiting for cops. Let's see.
You got two cars over here on the burn by the ramp.
This was Cleveland.
Coming over this way. Anything for you, King Andy. Why, thank you, Brian. No problem, Ryan. You got
They just call each other names? Alright. Let's see. I'm trying to get through because there's all these 9/11 clips, which I don't. Okay, I found the one from Baltimore earlier. This was a funny call. So it's only a clip. So I'm going to play this one. This was just out of Baltimore, Maryland.
Need a medic. We've been calling for a medic. My guys is working on the victim.
I got the medic and I'm dropping the 13. Stop yelling at me.
450, we need a medic. We've been calling for a medic. My guys is working on the victim.
I got the medic and I'm dropping the 13. Stop yelling at me.
I mean, this is what I used to do on every shift. Oh, the stupid pop-up. Okay. This is what I would do on every shift. I mean, I would call, dispatch knows who we are, obviously, and I'd call her and I'd say, what are you eating? I can tell you're eating something. What are you eating? And just ask them random questions. Oh, Lord. That was funny. I gotta hear that one more time.
We've been calling for a medic. My guys is working on the victim.
I got the medic and I'm dropping the 13. Stop yelling at me.
Oh, here's that other constipated call.
Dispatch 1407. 84-year-old male is constipated, running around outside in his underwear along the road, not acting normally, was getting 3 enemas, no relief. 1632 Pine Valley Road, Allegheny Township, the Garvey residence. 1408.
Oh, that was in Somerset County.
84-year-old male is constipated, running around outside in his underwear along the road, not acting normally, was getting 3 enemas, no relief. 1632 Pine Valley Road, Allegheny Township, the Garvey residence. 1408, time of dispatch, 1407.
Oh, that's funny. Let's see. Come on, Laurel County. They're done with their check-ins. Yeah, the major airports are definitely...
If you look at like Louisville, they're lining up to go into Louisville.
Yeah, they're... So, the major cities, they had... Like in Detroit, they made flights hurry up and come in early. And then there were... I looked at the airport, and there were flights supposed to go out, and they never did. Oh, too funny. Yeah, but that other call about the constipated guy that was given 3 enemas running around with his pants off, it said it was in Somerset, Kentucky, and that was because that's how I got alerted to it. It was, you know, nearby where I was.
Well, he was just looking for some relief.
Poor guy.
Who gave it to him? He wanted relief.
Poor guy. Aww. It said Somerset, but then on the call they said Allegheny County.
I guess that's what Somerset's done.
Allegheny is huge in New York. Or Pennsylvania, I mean. There's an Allegheny there. Oh, that's right, Kyle, you're in Somerset. Hopefully you don't have to go to the bank today, or else you might have gotten a withdrawal and a show. Poor man. Why would you have 3 enemas and then if you're constipated decide to go to the bank? What are they gonna do?
In your underwear.
I'd go to the hospital to make that kind of deposit. I mean...
Yeah, a little worried about his deposit.
Let me look at this flight radar again. Nothing. Oh, wait, there's something in Knoxville. Oh, that's a private owner. I guess he's not going to Pigeon Forge. Yeah, he was at the wrong place. He needed to be making a deposit at the hospital. I hope they got him to a hospital. Yeah, so these airports, they're keeping all major flights. It's very strange. Very weird.
If you look at all the major airports, like I looked at Dallas,
Yeah, all the major airports are like grounding flights. Very strange. Uh-oh. Columbia helicopter's up.
I don't know what's going on in Indianapolis, but that's the top feed right now.
Yep, Indianapolis, the past 2 nights, it's been crazy. I don't know what's going on there either. Whenever I go into their scanner, it's like we did last night. I popped into their scanner and we heard a guy saying shots fired, and we could hear the shots going off. And it definitely sounded like it was an automatic weapon.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Definitely. So, I mean, it was terrifying. All you hear is the officer screaming about shots being fired, and you can hear them. And then there was, 2 other shots right after that went out for different officers in a different part of the city. So that's the hard part about tuning into like Indianapolis like that, is you're gonna get those calls, but you're also gonna get all the traffic calls, all the little calls. So that's why they can only have their police, and then they have to keep their EMS and their fire all separate. So Detroit, we have our EMS scanner, we have our fire scanner, which usually both EMS and fire go into the fire scanner. We only keep them separate if there's a huge box alarm fire, and we're trying to reserve the radio just for other fire units, or the captains or the chiefs are talking to each other.
Right.
And then we'll switch over and do all medical calls through EMS, and then our police station is usually always the one popping off. But I mean, that's a major city, that's Detroit, so let's see. Oh, Joseph Couch. Let's just say this. If he were within, they said that they believe him to still be within the 1 mile radius of that exit 49. I'm gonna move that scanner. I forgot it was so close. Sorry about that. So they said they still believe him to be in that 1 mile radius of exit 49. If he were alive, I feel like they've had enough time by now that they would have, if he were alive within that 1 mile radius, they would have found him. Or same applies if he were deceased. I feel like they would have found him, or found the evidence of it. So I can't say if he's out of state or not, but it certainly seems like he's either out of state and gone, or he's able to live off the land and hide very well. And until they get FBI in there to do more investigations, I don't think they'll know how well he was planning. And he might not have, he didn't seem like the type that he needed to have a trail. I don't think it's going to be one of those cases where they go on his computer and they see how to Google search for how to survive in the woods. It doesn't seem like he's the type of guy to have something like that.
I would think if he did have stuff like that, they would have already found it.
Right. So and very, very strange. I must have said that about 1,000 times now, but I don't know. And one thing we'll do when we go over what we have so far on this case, and once we review the timeline and go over the evidence so far, we can then go back and better compare it. I know you and I can work on this tonight, and before we come on the stream tomorrow, we can go over and just review the facts of Cavalcante and maybe throw in some facts with Brian Landry, or Laundry in Florida. I swear it's Landry. People keep saying Laundry. I think it's Landry. But we can compare those cases as well.
And that's one of the things we were talking about last night. Maybe having a night is when stuff slows down,
just having like real crime, go back and look at stories kind of like this and analyze those just to get away from if there's nothing happening really big in the current news.
Yes, I think that's what we'll do tomorrow, because part of the reason why we didn't get on earlier today, I mean, Tony got on earlier and covered some stuff going on around the country, but there was nothing really to report on in Kentucky. It was very strange that they had a pop-up press conference at 8. I thought that meant there was something major, and we didn't really learn much more. They're still sticking to that 1 mile radius story, and they can't say if they have any evidence to support that claim. The reason they say they're sticking to that 1 mile radius is because they found his car and the AR and about 1,000 rounds of ammunition at the vehicle. Oh, and the cell phone battery. But that doesn't, I don't think that that's enough to say he's still within 1 mile. I would like to, I think this is a good time to kind of review now before they start doing the shift change and before any other craziness happens, is, you know, we definitely want to bring up the timeline tomorrow. And we'll look back at what information they've given us, compare some different things, and then I think it would be good to go back and talk about the Cavalcante case and go over the Brian Landry case down in Florida and compare it to this and see, you know, we can just kind of go back and remember all the facts. I know Cavalcante was 14 days up in Pennsylvania. We'll also keep an eye on what the weather is like. I have a source that is in London, Kentucky. Still trying to see if we can get together, but it's kind of, it kind of makes me a little weary. I mean, I trust him, but he does know the family. So it makes me a little weary. I think it's just going to be better keeping it small with us. But, you know, if I learn any information from him, I'll let you guys know and I'll keep it up with what he's got going on and give him credit for that. But, yeah, we'll just kind of break down the case together. I think, you know, today's day 7. Day 7. So I think it would be great for us to all break down the case tomorrow. And if you miss it, or, you know, you're busy when we go on and start breaking down the case, we'll leave the videos up and you can go back if you want. But it's 1:31 and we appreciate you all being here. It's been really fun and you guys have given us a lot of good ideas. I know that the Harvest Moon, I would like to look into that. I think that could play a factor into the weather. You know, we talked about the solar flares earlier. So do we know why the scanners went off earlier? Did they pull them? I don't see why they would need to pull the traffic cams, especially if they weren't on the highway. So could it be that there was a disruption? Tony talked about it a little bit earlier. We'll see if we can get a little follow-up tidbit of information of, you know, Microsoft had issues earlier because of an unknown reason. So, you know, those solar flares can mess with electricity and, you know, power grids and equipment. So that could really hinder them, especially with the weather being bad. You know, it could hinder them as far as their search efforts. If they can't have boots on the ground because of flooding, you know, they're going to have to rely on what they can put up in the air. And if there's stuff jamming signals and radar and, you know, imaging, well, then that's going to be problematic as well. So those are kind of the key points on what we'll be focusing in tomorrow. If there's anything big and breaking, we'll be here. And then we'll just kind of see around 2 o'clock is when it got busy again. Well, no, it was around 2:15, 2:30 it got busy again. I think they're switching people out right now. They could even be switching out their dispatch. So, That could be why it's a little bit slow. But, I mean, hopefully for those citizens of Kentucky, it does slow down and keep quiet for tonight. But, wherever you guys are, whether you're in Kentucky or in a different state, just stay safe. And if there's anything we can do to help, I mean, we plan to be very active within our community. We want to feel like you can be friends with anyone in the community as well as friends with us. So we're around all the time. If you guys have a concern or a question and we're not on the stream, you guys can always email us. I think it's in our scroll. If not, it's in. We have our links posted up. But we're gonna try to. We really thought about it, and we thought this would be the best thing to really do every day. And then, you know, we'll also throw in, like we said, we'll throw in some fun segments, but we'll also, like, you know, doing the dispatch calls, like the weird dispatch calls and stuff like that. We'll try to do that. Let's see what this is. Hold on. Suspicious person off of Old Cemetery Road or Cemetery Road. I don't know which one it was. They're walking in the middle of the road. And you know, that's another weird thing is they've been speculating. They've been sending helicopters and officers out to check these cemeteries. Almost like they're wondering. I mean, I know Joseph Couch's nephew passed away at 2 years old. So I don't know why he... Seems weird. I don't know. I think they were grasping at straws with that theory, but... And they never publicly said that, but we could see them doing it on the helicopters. There it is, Cemetery Road. Sorry, I didn't know if it's a cemetery, Old Cemetery. Oh, that's right off of 75.
So that's Old Cemetery Road right there.
Uh-huh. That little road?
That little road that's cross. I guess it changes over to Diamond Road. After
Dishman.
Or excuse me, Dishman. I can't see it very well.
Yeah.
On my laptop.
So it's at the intersection of Dishman Road and Pine Grove School Road in Laurel County, Kentucky. And it's very close to 75. It's near McGee Cemetery and Owsley Cemetery. But it's very close to, Owsley Cemetery. It's very, very close to 75. And that's where we just got the call about a suspicious person in the middle of the road. Oh my God, it's the Children of the Corn.
That's Old Cemetery Road there.
That's Pine Grove.
Yeah, but...
Oh, that is.
That's Pine Grove. I'm looking. Oops. That's Pine Grove.
So yeah, I guess it's that driveway.
Yeah, I guess I don't know why the driveway has a street name. I mean, but...
Okay, there is nothing. I'm telling you, it is Children of the Corn. It's cornfields.
Ooh, look at that yard. Good Lord, they need to clean that yard up. He could be hiding in their backyard and he'd never find him.
Yeah, hopefully Joseph Couch is not in that person's yard. They will. That looks like American Pickers fantasy right there.
Something. It's like a junkyard.
Can we share this?
If they can see it.
Oh.
So see it. So.
Oh, look at that. Use your eyes, Aliana. Look at that yard. It might take a while to get a follow-up on this call. Although they said the guy was in the middle of the road, so that makes it easier.
He's scared to go in their yard. He'd get lost in all that mess.
Yeah, can you keep up on that? It's hard for me. Yeah. Shoo! The first thing we saw was those cornfields. That was scary. Alright, I'm gonna close that out and go back to the flight radar.
That's fine.
Well, maybe I can just minimize that.
All you gotta do is just X out, dude. Just, you can go back to now, just go to flight radar and interact. There you go.
Look at me learning how to operate this stream. You all would be very impressed if you knew my struggle with technology. I can hear the clapping from here, don't worry. Tony will attest to that. How many times have you had to take viruses off of things because I click on stuff? Oh, what's this?
Don't click on that.
What are you? Okay, that's kind of weird. We have a private plane that has completely no information. But it looks pretty big. Let's see what the other airports are looking like in the major cities. They completely cleared out Chicago and Detroit. Completely. What are they doing in Ohio? Columbus just has a med flight out and they have their police chopper up. Columbus doesn't have anything. It looks like Cincinnati, they're all lining up to come in. Or they're routed there. So Cincinnati's kind of grounding flights.
But there's nothing on breaking news.
And there's nothing at Cleveland. That's very strange. I'm trying to look at LAX, it's still a couple hours back, and they've got to get international flights out there. I mean, I don't think there's any, like, national security threat. I wonder if they may have gotten a tip about something, and they're just trying to be safe and...
Or if that Microsoft...
Right, or if there's something like, I mean, just a couple weeks ago, didn't we have a problem where there was a bunch of airlines that they had a computer issue? So who knows what it could be, really.
Yeah, there was a Microsoft 365 issue that shut down systems for thousands of users. They said they got it back up now. So.
And you know, last night around this time, it was super quiet on the scanner.
Right.
And we were wondering, like, should we get off and then just come on if anything happens? And then right when we were kind of going back and forth about that, at around 2:15, it popped off again. And it got crazy till about 3:35, 3:45. It didn't sound like there was a lot of damage. They weren't talking about even a lot of flooding.
A lot of power outages.
Yeah. That's to be expected. I know some of those smaller parishes in Louisiana, if they're expecting a hurricane, they preemptively shut the power grid
It
down.
says that Francine flooded almost 300 homes in New Orleans.
Oh, really?
It says Gulf Coast residents still reeling from Hurricane Ida cleanup mess left by Francine.
Oh, goodness.
So it sounds like it did more damage than you realize.
I wonder if this guy's landing at the London airport. This is the flight I told you about that has no information. None. It's super secretive. It could be, because we're getting close to the morning, it could be the governor. But you would think he would have, for his safety, they'd have it listed.
We'll do another ninja press conference.
Where did it come from? It came from Dayton, Ohio. I don't think that's the governor. But what could it be? He might just be following 75. That's what I'd have to do.
Yeah, it's quite common, especially on those private planes that the pilot uses the interstate.
You know what I saw somebody doing on a flight radar is they interacted where they could draw on it and they could like circle it. And I was like, I know what it looks like when I try to draw a tree. I'm not going to try to draw nothing on a map.
Do you really want your pilot drawing stuff while he's trying to fly the plane?
No, people that were watching on flight radar, they were drawing on the computer screen, and I was like, I know what happens when I draw a tree. It always looks like something that's not a tree. So imagine me drawing on the computer. I'm not gonna catch a ban for showing pornographic images when I was just trying to draw a route on a radar. I'm not gonna be the one to explain that to YouTube. I was trying to draw a flight path. Not a phallic symbol, thank you. I'm quite offended. I can't help it. So I guess we won't be doing that. Alright, so for anyone that's just coming on in here, welcome. We are covering what's going on in Kentucky. Around this time last night, it was also pretty quiet. But then around 2:15, it really started to pick up again. So tonight has been pretty similar to last night. Last night, it started up at around 12:30 till around 2:15, and then stopped and then picked up again. But tonight it actually started up around 10, and what's interesting is they took off the scanner, which they've been doing that over Broadcastify, but I have a different scanner I use through my phone that I use my badge number to log in. It's something that the city I work for pays for their first responders and their law enforcement officers. So I was able to access the scanner even when they would go private, like when they would temporarily take it down. But tonight even I got booted, which was weird. So that's what we're kind of monitoring right now. That was very weird. I totally thought we had something. And we didn't know what we were going to do or if they would come back up, but I guess it was nothing, and so we're just kind of hanging out. We've been discussing what we're going to be covering tomorrow. Obviously, any breaking news around the country we'll cover. Anything from weather to, the wildfires to anything that we think would be interesting to cover. And then, obviously, this Kentucky Manhunt. We want to see what goes on with this, but what we're doing differently tomorrow than what we've been doing, and we've been covering it, But tomorrow we wanted to go over and do a little segment where we take an hour or so. Who knows how long? We won't put a time to it. But we just want to sit and chat with you guys. And we want to look at the facts that we have so far on this case. Such as like the timeline of events. The things we've heard from law enforcement and the governor and stuff like that. Kind of go through the evidence that there is so far. And the facts of the case. And then we will compare it to previous cases like Cavalcante out of Pennsylvania and Brian Landry in Florida. Kyle, have a good night. We'll probably be here a little bit longer. If it stays quiet, we'll hop off. And then hope to see you tomorrow. If not, have a good Friday. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. Be careful if you go to the bank. Okay, I'll check the rate. Uh-oh. Alright, let's see what's going on. It's crazy quiet on the scanner.
The scanner's up and running?
Yep. I'll keep it running and I'll check what's going on. Of course, once I go back, then it's gonna start going off. We can always check in on Indianapolis. There's still a lot going on there.
There's a lot there in Columbus, Ohio.
Cleveland?
Or maybe it's Cleveland. I thought it was in Columbus. But
I have Cleveland.
okay, do Cleveland then. I thought it was, I may have been wrong. Wow, I may have been in Cleveland, thought it was Columbus.
Alright, can you look up Manhunt in Tucson, Arizona for me?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm gonna hop over real quick to Indianapolis and see what it sounds like. It might just be there's a lot going on in the city tonight. The block is hot.
Yeah.
Alright, gonna switch over to Indianapolis. And of course, it's quiet. Again, all it says is active event shooting. It's been saying that for days.
Yeah.
And then depending on what Tony finds about this manhunt in Tucson, Arizona, I might go over there real quick and see. And if we can find any video or anything of what's going on or news about that, we'll get it to you guys as well.
Is this something that happened recently?
Yeah.
Okay, because there was one that happened in August too.
Oh.
What, 180 shots fired?
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Well, that's really quiet. Let me go over to Tucson real quick. This was as of 1:28 a.m.
Okay. Oh, so it happened tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, that's why I'm telling you guys, like, we get real stuff, like, fast before, you know, the media has time to really put it out there. Like, major news stations. It sounds like somebody bailed out of a car. So they're just kind of trying to figure the situation out right now.
Okay, I'm looking to see if I can find it.
It might not be anything.
Apparently there's a lot of shooting going on in Tucson. I don't know what.
Yeah, that's where I just was. Tucson, Arizona. It said there's a manhunt.
Yeah.
We should maybe update the scroll. You want me to?
Yeah, you know how to do it?
No.
Go down there and double click on news scroll.
Text? Or, yeah. Right?
Close your flight radar thing. There you go. Then that's what it say. See that line up there above you? Right up under the red and the black and the gray.
Oh.
So you can just put your cursor in there and start deleting it.
That was just them signing off. They're switching shifts. Okay. Now what do I do?
Oh, it should change. I think it's.
Oops. I gotta fix something real quick. Okay. Let me go back to my flight radar. Okay. I'm gonna go over to Tucson real quick.
There's nothing on the local Tucson news.
It's still so quick. It just happened. They do have the Tucson Police Department helicopter up, so we do know it is an active situation, and they are up in the air looking for them. And I know the area. Obviously, I was stationed just south of there.
Tucson Police Department doesn't have anything up on their Twitch page. I mean, if it just happened, that's not news.
Yeah, it just happened. The call came in at 1:28 a.m. Everything is grounded at the Atlanta airport.
I don't know what. Again, there's not anything showing up in breaking news. So
But I just think that that's so
yeah,
strange.
it is strange. I mean, that's the international airport.
I mean, are we just so paranoid because of this whole situation? I doubt it. What are you? Chattanooga. Okay, why am I so lost right now? Where am I? Oh my gosh, I was south of Knoxville. Come on, Aliana. Oh, goodness. I mean, day 7 of this manhunt. Expand the search a little farther.
Yeah, it's like I said in the chat. It's like they think he's just gonna pop out and say, "Hey there." I mean, I guess.
I did not find Bigfoot. Like, what?
Right. I mean, it's like, okay, I give up. It's like you're done playing hide and seek, and he's gonna come out and say, "Okay, I'm done."
Is it raining?
Yeah. South of the hurricane. Also today in Tucson, they had a shelter in place. Oh no, it was in February. Okay, never mind. That's fine.
Where's baby? So they were just signing off there. Hush.
Third mic.
He's saying goodbye to them.
Yeah.
They're not saying goodbye to you. Get a cat, they said. Yeah, Forrest thinks that they're signing off to him, and then he thinks he's got to tell them have a good night. He doesn't understand they can't hear him.
Oh, they can hear him.
No, I mean the dispatch.
Oh.
The officers. Here he is, back here again. Hush. And if we had the camera turned on, he'd be all over it.
He gets in my work meeting.
He'll be in Tony's work meetings. He loves to be on camera. Loves to talk to Grandma on FaceTime. He's weird. Like, usually most cats are a little more anxious or reserved, or if there's a lot of people at the house, they'll kind of hide. Oh no, he's got to be the center of attention. He'll put on a little talent show. And this is the cat that also has a stroller and a car seat.
Yeah, we won't even talk about the cat stroller. Or all the clothes you bought the cat.
That he's never worn. Except his camouflage hoodie. He loves that.
The cat has a Star Wars hoodie.
No, those are the Star Wars. This is PJs.
This for the man who said I'd never have a cat.
Well, you know.
Maybe we have to use the cat translator one night when Forrest is going wild on Mike.
You had to tell him about the Haitians, and now he's scared.
Right.
He's already afraid of the couch because he keeps hearing us say couch. So has the rain started in Kentucky?
I think so.
Let's check in on that.
Didn't Kyle say it was?
Oh yeah, I think Kyle did say that it had started, but I wonder. Let's.
I'll look, see it.
I mean, there's been nothing on the flight radar, so we can pull up a bigger version of the map for a minute and just get a look at what's coming in there. Because that'll be interesting to see how this weather impacts the surge.
Yeah, it's raining there now, so.
Okay, so it is. So we do have confirmation on that. It is raining there. And by Sunday, they're expected to get 3 inches of rain.
Yeah.
So that's quite a bit.
Looks like it's mostly rain, not so much storms. Although earlier today, Alabama had tornado warnings. So.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on any. I mean, the good thing about this scanner is I'll also get alerts for weather.
Right.
If there's a tornado watch or a tornado warning, it'll tell me if there's like a flash flood or any flooding. So that'll be good. So we'll be able to get that.
Are you on the Tucson scanner? Or are you
No, I'm back on Laurel County.
There you go, Laurel County.
No, but this is around the time they start switching people out. So last night around this time it was quiet, and this is around 2:15 is when we thought, well, should we just sign off for the night? And then we were kind of going over what we were going to discuss today and stuff like that, and just kind of wrapping up, and then it went crazy. It started with the girl who said her brother was at the house and he wasn't supposed to be there. And then right after that was the guy whose mailbox was stolen. So I was at 2:45.
Yeah, it's rainy and windy right now.
Oh, yeah. We'll have to look at the temperature, too.
Yeah, it's 64.
64, so it's not that cold.
No, but it's a lot damn colder if you're wet.
And I don't think he, there's no way he's just stuck outside.
Oh, if nothing else, he's holed up one of those caves.
Right. He definitely has cover of some kind. And I mean, one thing, I don't think I've heard anyone else discuss this, at least not that I've seen. He could have a ghillie suit. You know, he could have a lot of, you know, camouflage. So, it'll be interesting, that's for sure. Alright, I'll switch back to the flight radar. Okay. Whoops. Wait. Oh, yeah, there's nothing now. Nothing. There's nothing in the sky at all.
It looks like they're parking everything like you said. I mean,
Yep.
very weird.
And if I called that, that's impressive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you look at them. If you look and scroll zoom out, you see the planes lining up coming in, and then
Right.
there's nothing coming out.
And I clicked on one of the ones. I thought, okay, maybe these are just the rest of the flights coming in for the night. When I looked at Cincinnati, and they had a line of flights coming, and I'm like, maybe these are ones that were gonna be landing anyways. But no, they were ones. One of them, the final destination was Philadelphia.
I mean, you look at Atlanta, everything's parked. There's nothing or coming in. That's an international airport.
Right.
I mean, there's
And JFK had flights grounded as well, and they had their NYPD copter
right,
up.
there's nothing leaving New York right now.
Right.
That's crazy.
Right. Now, LAX has flights there. I don't know if any are leaving, but, you know, they have international flights that are leaving the U.S. anyways.
Right.
And, you know, the ocean's right there. If they're going, you know, anywhere in Asia or Australia, or anything like that, they can just get on and go.
Right. Very weird. Very odd.
Very, very weird.
Especially since there's nothing on. But even at LAX, if you look at it, everything's flowing in.
You know, yeah, that's interesting about the bloodhounds. I think that that's something that they could have elaborated on a little more. They said they brought in bloodhounds from an agency in Illinois, but I don't know if they're also trained for cadavers or if they also had some that followed like a live scent and some that followed cadaver, some that were looking for the scent of blood. I mean, who knows?
They typically have to have separate dogs. I don't think cadaver dogs also have.
Right, but I'm saying, like, they said they brought in bloodhounds
Right.
from Illinois, but they might have had cadaver dogs in Kentucky that they used. And obviously they wouldn't take them out together, but if they clear one section with the bloodhound, they can bring in the cadaver. But, yeah, I mean, it also wouldn't be too far of a stretch that the, you know, dogs could go a half mile or a mile in a day.
Right.
So I thought at least they would try to get farther into the Daniel Boone National Forest, but well, it'll be interesting. I think there's a lot, even though they're not telling us, there's a lot we can still figure out for ourselves during the day by watching. Obviously, some stuff can be figured out with the scanner, but I think looking at the flight radar tells us a lot during the day. Especially when we see what chopper it is, like if it's Kentucky State Police, when the Army helicopter was coming in. That was interesting.
Well, what was interesting, I watched the scanner or the flight radar all day, and really until that state police helicopter did that search right there by London, which is the area they've already searched multiple times, nothing else really happened today.
Right. But, I mean, the previous days, they would have the helicopters up frequently throughout the day. One would always be up if one was refueling, and they were, like, doing figure eights around, like, a very particular lake that was definitely not within a mile.
Right.
So they have been searching some other areas farther out than a mile. And then, you know, this thought occurred to me. Obviously, the police are in contact with his family and keeping in touch with them. But do they have eyes on his family's house at all times? I don't know. I mean, obviously, that's not information we need, but it's definitely, I would hope they do. I would hope they do. And I hope they're kind of looking much more into the family. I'm sure they are, but, you know, there's just some things there that I think people feel a little uneasy about. I'll keep the flight radar, but let me see what's going on the scanner and other places. I can keep Kentucky playing, though. I'm gonna pop in real quick on a couple of these. Let me look at, this is Ann Arbor. There's a manhunt. Ann Arbor, Michigan. I don't hear anything now. Alright, let's go back to Tucson real quick.
We did. If you found the hat, we put that in call text. I was just waiting for enough officers to be free to grab it. Oh, yeah. Be advised, though, abnormal neighborhood for the south side. Most of the yards are locked, and we weren't able to access them, so most of it was just clearing from outside the yard.
So it looks like they're kind of still investigating around Tucson. I'll check in Indianapolis.
For the trouble with press 1 David 330, 1106 South Rising. 32937.
Yeah, it sounds like
362, the caller's not involved, but right before you arrived, they said, careful, there's a dog outside, and something was thrown right before that.
Okay, clear.
okay. So they're just getting a lot of calls. All right, back to Kentucky. Back to Kentucky we go. I mean, yeah, the thing I was looking at earlier that I was telling Tony, and he was relaying the message to you guys, is that I guess him and his brother used to go off and to the woods all the time. I mean, this was like a weekend thing for them, so kind of. Uh-oh.
Station 2, need that unit to come 802 Byerly Road. Weakness.
I don't know what that was about. They called for an LEO, which is a law enforcement officer. So.
This is kind of interesting. I found a Miami police scanner YouTube channel was live. It tells you what the code says.
Huh.
They got one for Springfield, Ohio. I kind of want to listen to the Springfield when they see people are calling eating cats.
Forrest would not like that very much. He would not appreciate that. He'd have a lot to say. Alright, let's see what this is. That's a medical call for a elderly female.
Number 8661, 8661, dispatch 214, 215.
Found one for LA, one for Chicago.
Detroit?
Probably.
That would make me very happy.
Fresno Town. Let's see.
Ooh-wee, pull it up.
Actually, it's the same thing you have, but they just live stream it off their phone. But I don't think that's live. But,
Ooh, I'd be so happy.
they have it, but it doesn't appear to be live. It's recorded. So we can keep looking.
So quiet. I think it was like around 2:20 to 2:30 is when it popped off last night.
I know the mailbox keeper happened.
Yeah, the mailbox theft was at 2:44. I'll never the rest of my life forget 2:44 a.m.
That's right.
Pour one out for the mailbox. To all our fallen mailboxes, we salute you. I think that was an alien transmission. I'm pretty sure that was an alien transmission. I don't know what that was. That's too close to Pasco.
If you know it's an interesting call around Pasco.
I'll
come back here.
I want you to do this. Hold on. Okay. Alright. Oh, here we go.
Complaint 83 Riverside Loop, 83 Riverside Loop. These are small rings that heard 3 gunshots. He hasn't seen anyone recently. He did advise earlier today, this evening, that he's seen people running up down the road.
Alright, so somebody called in about hearing 3 gunshots fired. They can't see anyone, but they're gonna have to go out there. Yeah, the 2/5. I mean, good lord. I mean, I hope to God he didn't. I hope to God he was just so drunk he was wrong about how much, but that's good lord. I cannot, I mean, I don't really drink at all, so my tolerance is not very high at all. But I can't imagine somebody being able to even walk.
No, he would have alcohol poisoning, I would think, if he drank that.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's nuts. So we'll see what happens with that shots fired call. I'm sure they're just going to investigate it like every other one has been. And they never find anything and they clear the scene. Hopefully not. A helicopter just went up in the air. Look, it's a Air Methods Kentucky helicopter. Doesn't say it's a medical one. And it looks like they took off from just like a, what did it say here? It took off from the Mount Sterling Montgomery County Airport, went to Children's Hospital, and I think it's going to Lexington now. Maybe. I'm pretty sure it's gonna go to Lexington. That's sad. Poor baby. I can close that out. Let's see. I'll go check that. Lexington. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's far away. Look at everything grounded at Louisville right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. So go look at LA. It's everything.
Alright, Fifi, London.
Look at that.
Super, can I get a house description?
Chicago's on the team. Look at Detroit.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There's nothing.
We're in the area where just the future of the place is done.
I'll turn that back down. Ooh, we're getting hit with rain hard. I hope you have the ark ready.
I do.
You took it out of the garage?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, Joey C, give it up. Give it up, my man.
Alright, Fifi, London. Super, show something.
226.
I guarantee it's gonna take them a couple minutes to get out to that call.
Probably.
But again, right at shift change, shots rang out. Weird.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like just shenanigans, hooligans going off there. I don't know. Goodness. I don't know what that helicopter outside Lexington is doing. It's going really slow. Kind of weird. What is that? Oh. that man have heard somebody, like if this happened in the middle of the night, wouldn't he have heard somebody like ripping out the mailbox? You'd think, you know?
Yeah.
Or like if a drunk driver hit the mailbox.
Yeah, you think so.
I wonder if it was just a prank call. I'd hope not. They said it was an older gentleman. Never know. Gotta clean his keyboard. No. No, sir. We don't want to hear it. Good Lord. Alright. Where'd my helicopter? Oh, there it is. This is so sad. It came from Children's Hospital. That Daniel Boone National Forest is so freaking huge, though. And even on the map, on the flight radar, you can see just how dense it is. Honestly, the area where it looks less dense is literally right in London. That's the strange part. It's from like London to like Corbin and Woodbine, which is where he's from.
Alright.
That whole area, it's not, you have to go a couple miles for it to be that dense. Very strange. And I wonder if we're, I mean, we totally didn't expect them to do a press conference at 8 a.m., but now we're going to have to make sure we get up and check. Because that'll be interesting to see what they do. And I don't know if they had one yesterday morning just because the governor came in.
I'm assuming that's why they canceled the one the day before. The problem with the press conferences, they aren't really saying anything.
Right.
I mean, we could finish watching that governor's press conference. He really did end up not saying
No.
anything.
Yeah, no. He basically, the only thing he said that we haven't heard was go donate blood.
Right.
That was about it.
Right. And we'll continue to look for it. I mean,
Right.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they're not doing anything to comfort the people in the area. I mean, it's like, we're looking for him. Be safe. Don't stay alone. Lock your door.
Call about anything suspicious.
Good luck.
Keep an eye on your mailbox. Check on your neighbors' mailboxes.
Watch out for road keys.
Yeah, it really has been a, best of luck. God help us.
I mean, this is crazy.
And I mean, this probably has nothing to do with it, but it's just another eerie thing that I know people are gonna talk about, which is that it's Friday the 13th. Happy Friday the 13th, y'all. We got us a manhunt.
And a harvest moon?
Yeah, and a harvest moon. So, woo-wee, fun times. Strap in. I think this weekend will be an exciting weekend to stream.
Yeah.
Maybe this weekend we can work on some merch.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
We like doing that. We like designing. Well, Tony likes to design stuff like that. Don't you start working on it now.
I'm not.
I have to tell him not to work. Oh, that's cool. You pull up the one for.
Well, I don't think it has any sound. It's just
Oh.
scrolling through stuff.
And I mean, you would think that if somebody was hiding him, that they might be enticed by the money. Maybe they're waiting for it to go up. I don't know. But he doesn't seem like he'd be dependent upon anyone.
Yeah.
Really.
Seems like he'd have a tight inner circle, but.
Right. I mean, maybe we can find some information, or maybe we can watch some documentaries that they have on YouTube about people that live in small communities like that kind of go off the grid and, you know, just kind of keep to themselves, look out for one another.
I mean, he definitely gives me the vibe of being, what they call him, a prepper. That's prepping for the apocalypse. Who knows how many guns and stuff he had stockpiled.
Yeah. I mean, we know for a fact that the AR he supposedly bought the morning of the shooting was not the first time he had an AR.
Right.
Because the incident he had with a neighbor where he threatened to shoot the neighbor's dog or threw a rock at their dog or something and came out with a gun, he had an AR.
Right. Yeah, I don't
So.
know. They said they did a search about what other guns he had, quote unquote, registered to him, but how many guns did he have that weren't registered
It's
to him?
very easy for people to get their hands on guns.
Because in the South we have what's called gun shows, and they don't check anything. You just walk into like the
like the trade show, the expo.
Yeah, like at the lodge, and they have tables set up. And you just buy the gun.
Alright, well, it's still pretty quiet on the scanner. It may be that the weather has something to do with it. Sometimes it can have the opposite effect, and it can be much busier when the weather is bad. We're gonna keep an eye on things. We'll still be up for...
Alright, thank you.
Oh, hold on. See, I just have to tease them. What? Don't know. Well, we're gonna give it a few more minutes and see what happens here. But there might be a chance we have to come on in the morning if they do another conference. I don't think they will, though. I think if they do anything, it'll be in the afternoon, especially with it being Friday tomorrow, the end of the week. So.
Right. I think it was just because of the governor. That's the first time.
Right. I think it's because the governor came down, so. And if they didn't want a ton of press there, doing a pop-up one in the morning is the best way to do that. You know, it's another conspiracy theory, but I don't think it'd be fair to call it a far-fetched idea, which is they do have throughout Tennessee and Kentucky, I know that they have what's called these marijuana farms. And they're like up in the mountains. And if you come onto their land, you suffer their consequences. And they can shoot somebody on their land and just get rid of the evidence. And they're so far out from anyone. I mean, there's been a lot of reports about that happening. People being dumb and going onto those marijuana farms. So, if he stumbled, and even if it's not a marijuana farm, people have private land out there. People live off the grid. If you stumble You know, if I want to go, you know, let's say Tony and I want to go looking for waterfalls or caves, and we accidentally step foot and we didn't see a sign somewhere, well, that's on us, technically.
How many times have I told you about going to do environmental surveys on somebody's property for a commercial piece of property and stumble on a meth lab that's booby trapped? It ain't the owner's meth lab, it's just somebody who decided to build a meth lab, and they have tripwires and grenades and all kinds of stuff. I mean, and I would imagine it's not much different where they're at in Kentucky. I mean,
it can be a scary situation. It can go south real fast.
He may have fucked around and found out and hit a tripwire somewhere.
Kaboom.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's the end of that. That's where the story ends. Eventually, when they find pieces of it.
Yeah, but they'd have to venture onto that land themselves.
Because the problem is with the meth lab, it's all those hazardous chemicals and stuff that they use to make meth. You should start an explosion, the whole dang thing's gonna go up.
Alright, well, we're going to keep listening to the scanner for a bit. We also need to do some research and get some stories together that we want to cover tomorrow, like comparing the Cavalcante case and the Landry case, and then compiling the timeline for this case and the evidence so far. So we have a lot of little things to put together. I'm thinking maybe I'll discuss it with Tony, but thinking maybe like a PowerPoint or something like that. Yeah, we'll figure out something. So we definitely want to do that for you guys. So we want to get to work on that. And then we'll be on, mid to late morning.
If something happens in the morning, I may come on.
And yeah, if something comes on or happens in the morning, well, we have to be up early in the morning. Tony has a work meeting in the morning, or was it the afternoon?
It's in the afternoon.
Oh, the afternoon. All right. Well, either way, I think we'll be up because we'll have to sign off for a half hour or so when he has his meeting tomorrow afternoon or this afternoon. So we want to go get that stuff ready for tomorrow's stream, and then it could be a very, very happening night tomorrow night, with it being Friday night and the start of the weekend. If he still hasn't been found, and if the rain has stopped, who knows? Even if the rain is still going, who knows what it could be like. And it'll be interesting to see the activity during the day tomorrow that's up in the air. So yeah, we want to get to work on that stuff. So we're gonna get ready to sign off here, and then of course if there's anything breaking in this case, or big breaking news, then we will hop right back on within, as soon as we can, and start reporting on that. We really appreciate you being here with us, sticking it out with us. Bubba, welcome to the team. We're so excited to have you. Oh, gosh darn. Here we go. Hold on. Maybe not.
Just when I think I'm leaving, they drag me back in.
Uh-oh. It's 2:44. The mailbox. Down to 43, did he say? Well, let's give it a couple more minutes. I'll give it like 15, 20 more minutes, I think. Half hour, maybe. It's 2:44. You know, we need to get little mailbox emotes.
It's the mailbox hour.
That'll be the first emote for the channel. Is a mailbox emote. I love it. Yeah, we are so excited to have you on the team for sure. And once we get that merch started, you know, pick out what you want. We'll send it your way. Definitely excited to have you. And you were an OG. If this were Twitch, you could also be a VIP. Alas.
Who knows? We may eventually stream the both.
We could eventually. This channel has to take off a little bit more.
Right.
But then, yeah. Have people gone out there with megaphone? I mean, not like he would say, yes. Joseph Couch, yes.
I'm in the shower.
Oh, that was one of the funniest moments on Patrol. Or was that live? No, that was on Patrol.
Right.
Baby! Oh, Lord. Eventually, we should get sound drops, too, for this.
Yeah.
Just random Canadian geese start squawking.
Walk across the stream. Hit a mailbox, knock it down.
Like, I mean, who's angry enough in their life that they just walk up and go, yo, fuck your mailbox?
You ain't getting no mail, bro.
I mean, who goes to court? You've been charged with assault against the mailbox. What do you plead? Confused. See, that's why I'd be held in contempt of court for saying confused. Hush, Forrest. No one wants to. I think this was that mail. Uh-oh. Okay, so that call that just came through, a lady called in and said that the lights in her yard came on and the dogs were barking. She couldn't see anyone out there, but the dogs were still going nuts, and they could hear them through dispatch, so they're sending officers out there for suspicious activity. So here we are, right at like 2:45 again. Deja vu.
The purge has begun. Old mailboxes.
Everyone check your mailbox.
2:44 a.m. Do you know where your mailbox is?
In the dead of night, do you know where your mailbox
In
is?
a world where a man has a mailbox, 2:44 comes.
Stop! Oh my gosh, not this again.
In a world dominated by mailboxes.
That, or we could donate, like, GoFundMe a Ring camera for that man, so anytime he wants, he can go on his phone and look at the, or I can get the little, like, baby monitor one, and he can look at his mailbox whenever he wants.
Alright.
Oh, he's still there.
It's safe. I can get the cable for it.
Oh. Uh-uh.
Could you stop timing out?
Lost my radar.
Yeah, this back.
Alright, thank you. Show us out of habit.
What?
10:49.
I don't know what that call was, but it didn't sound urgent, so I'm gonna guess we're in the clear on that. Could be wrong. Forrest, you can walk. Why are you crawling? Who's crawling across the floor? You can walk. Lazy. Less than a month till your first birthday. We're gonna have to have a party on the stream. I wonder if somebody steals your mailbox and you have no idea when it happened, if you can assume that your mail got stolen. I mean, if they were
bill collectors gonna believe that?
I mean, you'd have to get a police report, but I mean, I guess the post office would know if it was delivered or not.
I guess.
And they could verify that, but whoo! Tampering with mail, that's a felony. Yikes.
That is a felony, you're right.
Yeah. Very quiet. I'm interested what's going on with all these big cities, you know? Look at, there's nothing in Tampa, it's all grounded.
Yeah, all the big airports are like that. It's crazy.
Look at Miami's grounded.
Yeah.
Let me look at LA real quick. Yeah, they're all like grounded. Huh. Very strange. Yeah, they're not reporting anything on the news, but that's why I wonder if maybe there was like a tip that came in and they're just being cautious and they don't want to say anything to like incite, panic. I mean, because it is shortly after 9/11. So I don't know if that could be a reason they're just, if there's like a heightened security.
Shut down all the airports like that. That's just
I mean, I know
weird.
it's still the middle of the night, but you still have red eyes coming in.
Right.
So it's just very weird. And the only flights I could really see were their end destinations were Canada or out, Mexico, stuff like that outside the U.S. So it's just very strange. I don't know what's going on with it. And I'm sure, if there was a tip that came in, they're not going to say it out loud and tell everybody and create, mass hysteria. That's the last thing they need. But it could have been that. Well, I mean, we'll compare it to like tomorrow night around this time.
Well, I mean, even like the international airports, there should be flights going overseas. I mean,
Right. So we'll have to keep an eye on it and see. Like, we'll compare it tomorrow night. I mean, obviously, if we were in any danger, they would be absolutely shutting things
I
down.
guess there's something wrong with something with the computer.
Right, or it could be another issue like we had a couple weeks ago where they were just having a computer issue and there were multiple different airlines, major airlines, that they were down all across the country. And overseas even, so.
Right. He needs to simmer down.
That's what we need to do. That would solve all our issues with Russia. You just call. He's hacking in.
He heard me.
Yeah, you just need to call him up and say, simmer down.
Simmer down. You ain't beat Ukraine yet. What, they going on 3 years soon?
Yeah, that would really solve our issues.
And they barely had a military. They were busy farming wheat.
Simmer down.
Simmer down, Putin. Call me whenever you beat.
They're gonna send you over there to knock on his door. We need to have a talk, son.
Simmer down now.
Get on out of here.
Get on out of here.
I can't. I cannot when you do that. No. That's so ridiculous. You sound like an old man.
Get on out of here.
Lord. This stream is falling apart. It lasted 24 hours. Alright, well, we obviously need to try to get some rest. So, and we still have a lot of research to do and get things ready for tomorrow. Because we want to make that a pretty awesome stream to just recap all the events, especially with it being day 7. So we're going to sign off. Thank you again for joining us tonight. And we really hope you tune in tomorrow and come hang out with us. We'll be around pretty much all day and all night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for being here, and we'll see everybody tomorrow. Like I said, if something happens in the morning, I'll come on. I don't know if I'll be on mic or not. I'll be working on some stuff, but I will have stuff running kind of like I did this morning. But again, thank you for everybody being here, and we'll see you tomorrow. Everybody have a great night.